Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor, but before we call Kouri Wright, the state was going to publish 8-8. That's the exhibit that we had held off on publishing to blur some faces on.
Very good. Remind me what's depicted in it. I can't quite remember.
Your Honor, it's about a 35-second video from a gathering on March the 5th, 2022, that shows the defendant, Chelsea, Barney, Bryce Knutson, and others.
Celebrating.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lewis.
They've already admitted it.
I think I've already ruled on any objections to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll start in that way. I'll have you introduce it and just offer it again.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in? Okay. Let's do it.
All rise for the jury.
Please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional evidence from the state.
A celebration on March the 5th, 2022, and the state was redacting some children's faces from a video. The state now moves that exhibit 8-8 into evidence and moves to publish it.
Chelsea Barney, correct?
Barney, did I say Gibson again?
Yes, sorry. Chelsea Barney, March 5, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Let me get that up.
How bad would you feel if it was your job to do the announcement in a courtroom where it was like, all rise for the jury, but every time that you did it, you were late, and most of the courtroom were already standing up? I mean, what a way to feel useful. That guy gets home, his wife says, "How was your day?" He says, "Well, another courtroom full of real smart asses. Standing up early. Yeah, they did it again. You're supposed to leave space." Hello, everybody in the chat.
Can you folks see that okay? Very good.
Oh my God, look at them there. Look at them there, celebrating. Is that a celebration? I don't know. Maybe in Utah.
Scott, please proceed.
Who are all these lucky people in chat? Look at them. Look at them. Hello, Daphne. Hello, Chelsea. Hello, Brian. Pinto. Ruth. Anne Ruth. Christina, good afternoon. Hello, Just Suze. Nice to see you, Just Suze.
And it does have some audio on that, John, but it's not what it sounds like.
It has some audio, but...
It's not coming through, it doesn't sound like.
All right.
They've had terrible problems with this audio, haven't they? This fucking... What was it that was playing? It wasn't the body camera footage, it was the phone call with the medical examiner that we uploaded today, but I had to do an edit on it because about every 30 seconds the recording would stop And the judge would say, Scott, have we lost it again? Okay. And they kept having to resync their laptops or the audio player or something was going wrong. And then the prosecutor lost his mind and was just like, oh, come on. The third time it happened, come on. Turning back to Scott, I told you, they should have got someone young in there. Someone who knew how to use buttons and dials.
I don't know why that is. Scott, let's try again.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we admitted this through Alley staking, not Chelsea Barney.
Understood. Scott, would you pause?
Scott needs to go, am I right? I never liked him from day one. He sits funny, he's got that Sigmund Freud mustache, and he doesn't know how to use any technology. He's like the guy in the room that is like assigned to use tech so that it doesn't have to be anyone else's responsibility, and you don't have someone like Georgia Kappelman getting up here and saying, clicker gate. The most retarded she's ever sounded ever in any situation. Ironically, is when she's at her best and she has to use a clicker. Well, Utah's real clever. They said, no. We're not going to have attorneys getting up here and trying to use tech. Let them worry about the law. We're going to have our top guy in here with a laptop, and he is going to respond to our every technical whim. Okay? His name is Scott. He sits sideways, and he's got a Sigmund Freud mustache. That's all.
Would you disconnect and reconnect, and we'll just start over? Check the settings on your end, please.
I'll do it.
And you see the guy just next to Scott there, in the grey sweater with the black lanyard there. Yeah. Now, it's not the best angle here, but all trial long, I've been thinking that is Charlie Kirk. And we're in Utah, where he was shot, and apparently Kathy Nestor is the lawyer of the man who killed him. That's not a good example, but I'll try and pause on one later because I'm telling you, it could be his twin. And the scientist there, the scientist from Lost, do you remember? Daniel Faraday. Faraday, Lost. Which one? I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to prove it all to you. The whole thing. Piece by piece. Does that not look like the guy in the middle with the black hoodie? That's exactly him. It's exactly him.
Okay, ready? Run. Okay, I'm getting all three.
Cheers, boys.
Yeah, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard.
Yep.
Richard.
Look, touch is so annoying. Ron, take that all sexy out of here.
Oh!
You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
That's it.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Kouri Right.
Mr. Wright, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that
I can smell Mr. Bloodworth doing something to fuck up on his last name of Wright. What could he ask that's funny? Have you ever done anything wrong, Mr. Wright? And would you say that was the right answer?
the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please proceed.
Good morning, sir. What, sir, is your name?
Kouri Right.
Spelled W-R-I-G-H-T.
Yep,
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
Eric was a really good friend of mine and also business partner. Met him in high school. He was an acquaintance of my brother. Met him through him. Became good friends through the hunting world. He was a rancher. I liked hard work. He loved hard work. And we became friends almost immediately through that. That led to a lifelong of events together and fun together and work together.
Bareback hunting. We went through this last week with one of his other special friends. What goes on those trips?
We had a lot of good times. Shortly after I met him, he came to work for a family business as a hod tender. Got to teach him what hod tending is all about and hard work that way, which was fun. We both served LDS missions. Shortly after that, came home, continued to work together through that family business. In 2010, we decided that it was time to separate from that business and start our own. We started our own masonry company together, and that was another journey in and of itself. That was fun.
Is that masonry company C&E?
Yes, C&E Stone Masonry.
Is that for Cody and Eric?
Yes. And we worked in that masonry company together for almost 12 years, 11 and a half years or so.
How often would you see him when running your company together?
See him a couple times a week probably. We ate lunch fairly often. In the fall, I saw him a lot because we were out in the hills and doing fun stuff, whether it be on the ranch or up in the mountains. We spent a lot of time together in the fall. We spent a lot of lunches together while we worked and things like that, but talked to him pretty much every day on the phone if I didn't see him.
When you talk about spending a lot of time together in the fall, is that hunting?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time.
About how many days each fall would the two of you hunt together?
We would spend the end of August and most of September and sometimes October and sometimes November and sometimes that bled into December, January, and February. But
And would you
quite a few days.
would you travel together to hunt?
Yes, we went on different trips as well.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric's feisty. Eric's hardworking. Eric's the life of the party. Eric's funny. Depends where he's at and what he's doing. He can be very fun to be around. very comforting at times, and also he can tell you what you've done wrong and make sure that you knew that it was wrong and that should have been done differently. And so, good personality.
What was he like personality-wise in business?
Business, he was serious. He took that very serious. That was one of the things that he was very passionate about. He wanted to grow C&E. He wanted to be successful. He wanted to do the best he could with that. He came from a background of hard work and business as well, and saw that and wanted to replicate that from his parents, I'm sure. Very serious when it came to business, wanted to make sure that things were done right, and wanted to grow that business.
Were you able to interact with Eric and his boys?
Yes.
What are some examples of that?
One that comes to mind was he asked me, I did a lot of baseball growing up. I pitched in particular, and he asked me to work with Carter with some pitching lessons. We went over and worked with Carter and helped him learn how to pitch. That was one that comes to mind.
What was Eric like as a father?
Competitive, dedicated. He wanted to know what my kids were up to so he could tell me what his kids were up to and how well they were doing as well. He wanted his kids to be the best on the team. He wanted them to succeed. He wanted to make sure that I knew that how well they'd done over the weekend and how good they were doing in all their sports.
What was your business relationship in C&E?
We were 50-50 partners. So I ran half the business, he ran half the business. Although that wasn't, we overlapped in the bookwork end of things or in the administration side of things. But as far as work went, he had relationships with people that I didn't. And so he would take care of those clients and I would take care of others.
How many people did C&E employ in early 2022? And about how many projects at any given time was C&E running?
When Eric passed, I obviously stepped into a full-time role in that whole business. I remember counting 47 projects.
What was C&E's business outlook in early 2022?
Good. It was great. Business was good, and business continued to be good, and was projecting upward. Each year we'd done a little bit more, and it was definitely on its way up.
Did you and Eric have any plans for the business before he passed?
We had, I'm more conservative than Eric was, and so my plan was always going to keep going, and I was like good with where we were at a lot of the time. He definitely was very motivated to continue to do more and more and be better and bigger and better.
Did C&E have an office?
It had my house and a small office at Eric's house. We both had home offices, and so we ran the business from his office and my office at our residential home.
Did Eric use a C&E computer?
Yes.
Did he keep that at his home office?
Yes.
Did you and Eric have a C&E email account?
Yes.
How did that work?
It was a joint email. If you know him or I, you know that we're not technology people. And so one email was enough to handle. So we had one email that we both would look into, that all of our emails would come through. That way we could make sure that we were taking care of each other as well. That seemed to work, and so that's what we did.
Did C&E receive its America First Credit Union bank statements by email?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with Kouri Richins Realty?
Generally familiar.
Did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri Richins Realty?
Are you generally familiar with Kouri Richins Realty? Kouri Richins? Kouri Richins and Co. You familiar? Did you leave a bad review for Kouri Richins Realty on Yelp, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Eric called me, was distraught. I said that some things had happened in their home that
Object to hearsay.
Sustained. Please rephrase. Or just keep moving.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
He loves to approach.
How did C&E assist Kouri Richins' business?
there was a loan that was needed to be had for that business that was asked for, where C&E would provide the funds to fund a project, and C&E did provide those funds.
Was that a loan rather than an investment?
It was a loan.
Was it in extraordinary circumstances that...
Oh, here we go. The Kouri Richins expression of disbelief, right? And it's really like, can't you just imagine it on some horrible school bully girl? Like, really? She came to school wearing that? Or whatever bitch comment that they might say, they have this
C&E
face,
would provide
don't
the
they?
funds to fund a project.
Really?
And C&E
She wants to be on the team? No. I don't
did
think so.
provide those funds.
Was that a loan rather than an investment?
It was a loan.
We need to get this and put it next to the other Kouri Richins look of horror. Where is it? I wonder if she's going to build up a catalogue. We've almost got a triptych to work with. We love triptychs. Where's the one that's exactly like this? Okay, we have two. Oh. She's the kind of girl that would be throwing popcorn on the slow kids. Do you know what I mean? Because they're bored. You want to go and throw popcorn at the slow kids?
Was it in extraordinary circumstances that caused C&E to loan Kouri Richins money?
There was a need for that loan. There was a need for that money to make sure that financial.
I think Kouri wants us to think that this guy is making it all up, right? That's our hope.
Things were going to happen for.
There was no loan, obviously. He's lying. Why would I need a loan when I'm a fantastic businesswoman? I don't need a loan. I make money. I make money out of air. That's what I do. Okay? $11 million plus the house in 2 years. Out of nothing. Out of air. Just straight out of air. There was no loan. I'm a genius. I'm a business genius. And I made $11 million plus the house in 2 years from air. Okay? No loan.
Reimbursement.
How can there be a reimbursement when there was no loan in the first place? He's lying. He's a liar. He's lying on the stand. Get rid of him.
And was that related to a K. Richins Realty project on Franson Lane?
Yes.
And was that in October of 2020?
Yes. I believe so.
And was that approximately $200,000?
Approximately.
Are you familiar with a buy-sell agreement that you and Eric had in place should anything happen to either of you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a New York life insurance policy, a set of New York life insurance policies that were associated with that buy-sell agreement?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the series of beneficiary changes to the New York life policy on your life in January of 2022?
I was told those happened.
Did you make those beneficiary changes to your New York life policy in January of 2022?
I did not.
Did you ever make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Did you ever observe Eric Richins make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Your Honor,
Of course.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with Exhibit 8-49. It's some handwriting exemplars I think everyone's familiar with. Then I need to lay some foundation on. So can you please turn to tab 2? It's 849. It's the exemplars. Sir, did you collect those business and haircut receipts from C&E's records?
Yes.
Can you turn to tab 3? Did you recover those documents from Integrated Solutions?
I'm looking at an IRS e-file signature authorization form 8879. Is that?
Would you repeat the tab number, Mr. Bloodworth?
Tab 3.
Maybe just take a look to make sure you and the witness are on the same page.
solutions, those 4 pages in tab 3?
We requested any signatures that they might have to be sent.
And did they then provide those to you?
Yes.
Sir, can you turn to tab 7, please?
Yeah.
Did you request and obtain from Big D Construction those documents containing Eric Richins' signature?
Same thing. We asked if they had any signatures and if they could send those over. If they did, provide those for us.
And then, sir, tab 13. Did you request and retrieve those documents from the Ford dealership?
I did not request the ones from Labrum Ford.
Okay. The documents at tabs 2, 3, and 7, did you then provide those to Katie Richins?
Yes.
I'll get that from you. Thank you. Scott, if you can bring up 10-89, please. Defense Exhibit 10-89.
He has it.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we don't have it.
You should. Mr. Wright, can you see that photograph on your screen?
So I can
Okay.
see it on the
Ms. Nestor, can you see it on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll fix that during a break, Mr. Blevin.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Your Honor, can the court publish it? Defense admitted this into evidence with mistaking.
Brittany, will you just confirm that that's correct? I don't recall. Yeah. Defendants 1089-1089. Trust and verify.
Is Ali Wright in this photograph?
No.
Thank you. Sir, have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
Yes.
Can you give some examples, please?
Eric had Lyme disease at one point. Saw him when he had COVID. I saw him when he had a cold. I saw him when he had the flu. I saw him when he had back pain. Hunched over from lifting a rock and tweaking his back to where he could barely walk.
How did Eric react to illness or injury?
He's a cowboy. Eric is a go get him. He's not going to sit at home because he's sick. He's not going to stay home because.
Really? Because I heard he phoned up his little sister because he had a tummy ache when he was overseas and said, "Oh, sis, feeling a little queasy. I had some cereal and I think I drank the milk too fast and now my stomach is in knots. What do I do? I think I need to take a day off school, sis."
He has COVID. He's not going to not show up because he's feeling under the weather. He's very tough-spirited, rough-hearted as far as not being a wimp goes.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever
Yeah, but he would be snorting antihistamines all crushed up anytime we went on a hunting trip. And bug repellent, he would actually take orally with spray.
Seen Eric use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
I have never seen him use illicit drug.
Sir, do you recall receiving a phone?
So really, he wasn't, out there on the ranch fixing fence posts on one of those nice, what do you call those horses that are like brown and white? What do you call those horses? There's a name, isn't there? Real nice color. One of those brown, white horses wearing one of those real cowboy hats that you have fitted. I tell you, that is the first thing I do in the United States of America, is get myself a real fitted cowboy hat. I don't know what kind is the best. Not a businessman's Texan. Absolutely not. I'm thinking full scale. What are they even called? There's a word for them. I'll try and find out.
Phone call from Eric at approximately 2 p.m. on Valentine's Day 2022.
Yes.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
The fear in his voice, the urgency of the situation, the seriousness of what was going on.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
The only other times I heard that urgency and that fear when he called me telling me that his mother had passed away in the hospital. I also heard that urgency or that fear when he had been rear-ended in an accident, and feared that the person that had hit him had passed away as well, or had hit him hard enough that he was scared of what had just happened.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
There's more water in that crap. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, sir. You and I have met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So,
Riding Shotgun, hello. Hope you're feeling better. Welcome back, Riding Shotgun.
I want to talk to you about C&E a little bit. You mentioned that the, excuse me, Your Honor. You mentioned that the company was growing about the time Eric passed away, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, it was slowly growing. Yep.
Okay. And you guys split everything 50-50.
Financially and in the administration part of the business, yes.
So whatever you made in a year, he made in a year.
Yes.
So in 2022, how much did you earn that year?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevancy.
To your pressure.
So in 2022, you say you were 50-50, but how much did you earn again in 2022? What do you think the answer is to that? Do you think he earned more than Eric? And she's going to say, you had no idea about Eric, did you, Mr. Wright? You used him. Now you're up here spending his money. What did you do? Buy his house? Have you moved into his house as well now? You fucking... Kari's been making some faces. First she was doing the sympathy elf. That's what I've taken to call it. The sympathy elf. gosh, she's got this weird gremlin thing, hasn't it? You can imagine her living under a bridge and walking on all fours to clamber to the top anytime someone crosses to try and steal their boots. You want to cross my bridge? Give me your boots. I could eat for a week with these. Give me the boots. That's what she looks like. A bridge-dwelling, boot-sniffing troll.
So, just a few months.
Restate.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Record for how many sidebars. Good news, head over to Metrix Archive where you can get the whole goddamn trial with no sidebars. Because that's the best way. It's the best way to watch a trial.
Please restate the same question.
Yes, sir. So, how much did you earn, let's say 2021, the year before, just a few months before Eric died? How much did you clear that year? Income.
Are you talking personally or in the business or?
Personally.
Personally. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm not positive what that number would be.
Was it more than $500,000?
Personally, no.
Okay. Do you know that, do you know what Eric made in 2021?
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Objection, Foundation.
It's a yes or no question, so if you would start there, sir. Overruled.
Do you know what Eric made in 2021?
No, not off the top of my head.
All right. So if there's tax returns that have already come in that indicate, that came in through an expert, that indicate he declared around 900.
Okay, Kiwi Vanderman says, these kinds of trials where it's obvious the defendant is guilty are my fave. I think it's fascinating to watch the defense attempt to use their best lawyer tricks, like spinning straw into gold. Yeah. Is it spinning straw into gold? Or spinning... What is that? Is that from Rapunzel? No. Rumpelstiltskin. What is she doing with that spinning wheel? I can't remember. But yeah, Rumpelstiltskin. What I was saying just now about Kouri Richins being a bridge-dwelling, boot-sniffing troll, isn't that basically what the role was of Rumpel in Rumpelstiltskin? We'll have to look that up. Give me a moment. But yes, I think depending on how you judge it, the defense is winning this. In terms of delivery, in terms of gaining points, especially with the handicap they were starting from, with all the evidence against Kouri, which is still very much a lot and will be certainly difficult for any jury to turn their back on. But they just, it's not over yet. They haven't even gotten to the defense's case. This is not over. She could literally, we could be sitting here in another week or two watching her walk out of the courtroom, waving at press cameras. I mean, how amazing would that be? I almost want it to happen just so I can really find out what that feels like. Yeah, crazy. The defense are winning this. Mr. Bloodworth is just... did you see our short the other day? What was that? I think it was yesterday that we put that out. What was that? We'll have to play it again, but not right now. I'd say the defense are winning in terms of tactics. They've got more of them. The only thing the prosecution's got going for the moment is stuff that's not born of their, their own making. It's just the evidence that Kouri left behind. I mean, anybody could have put that in front of the jury. In terms of building relationships, well, that's the other thing that happens. Fiery judge is going to shut Miss Nestor down later. I'm not sure when that happens, but it's pretty good.
Between $700,000 and $900,000. Would that be way off base for that year?
You pause there for a moment. Mr. Bloodworth.
Objection foundation.
Yeah, would you approach for a minute?
Approach again.
And fair to say that you both would. At one point, before Eric passed, you actually had Kouri Richins on your payroll, is that right?
Correct.
And she would get monthly income from your company?
Correct.
And do you remember how much she would get?
Ms. Nestor, I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Wright, I need you to answer just a little bit louder.
You bet.
Brittany's listening on the mic, and we're not picking it up. Go ahead.
So you had Kouri on the payroll, right?
Yes.
How much was she making every month? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Right. And then when Eric passed, isn't it true that Kouri asked to be removed from the payroll?
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week?
I recall it being
Oh my
longer
God,
than a
look at
week.
How long do you?
What? What? What is he saying? He's a liar.
From the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week?
You know what I want to do? I want to know what that guy's beard, what Mr. Wright's beard would look like on Kouri.
I recall it being longer than a week.
How long do you recall it being?
A couple.
Right, she's making this expression on her face because she wants people to see it, right? It's non-verbal communication. She can't speak to the jury, but they can see her. So, what is the message that she wants to send? That, oh my God. I want everybody watching at home to actually look at your screen and make the Kouri Richins face right now. Do it. Go. I'm going to try it myself. How does it go? All right, we've got to do a head tilt and then a forehead crinkle. Eyebrows up. Can you do either of those things without doing the other? Can you put your eyebrows up and not wrinkle your forehead, or the other way around? People across 8 different time zones are finding that out together right now. Well done, group. Yeah, do the Kouri Richins face. What? 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 So I want the jury to know that I'm very surprised, that I'm appalled that he's lying on the stand under oath, which I would never do because I'm not in the cartel and I'm a very good legal-orientated citizen.
Couple of months.
Okay. You also had, as part of your company, a business called Fox Lake Investments, right?
Correct.
And Fox Lakes was separate from C&E, correct?
Fox Lake, that's the prison in Prison Break.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, no, that's Fox River. Fox River. But if there's a Fox River, there's got to be a Fox Lake, right?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you at one...
Kosher style. Look who just walks in. After months, no phone call, no notes. We were worried sick. Where are you? Where were you? You're here now. Good.
point engage in house flipping like Kouri Richins had through your...
Kiwi Vanderman says the evidence seems like a checkmate from what I've tuned in, from when I've tuned in. Is there any known solid points the defense actually has in their favor? Well, they don't need solid points. They need questions. They need the jury to leave with questions. I think when you've got such a case in front of you as an experienced defense attorney, you work to a system, right? The first goal. You know how the system is The state has the burden of proof. The defense don't have to say anything. It's the state's case to have the it's the state's responsibility to prove their case to the jury. And right now, the defendant is presumed innocent. So the state has to change that perception over to a guilty perception. And I think, although it's not part of the theater of law, but the defense on a case like this, they must start from the exact opposite position. They must be thinking, okay, 12 people have gone back to that deliberation room and they're going to all unanimously, not even need to debate, vote guilty. They're just going to fill out the forms. What do we need to do first? Well, the first thing you need to do to change that scenario is create enough of a question in one of the jurors that they cannot just immediately vote yes. You've got to start off trying to get in a position where one of them needs to be convinced by the 11 others. And then you go up the steps, right? You start imagining, okay, what if that one juror that has questions convinces another juror that there are questions? Right? You've got to play it like that. They must play it like that, right?
Your C&E business?
It's through C&E.
Not through C&E, through Fox Lake, through anything.
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
Sustained.
Okay.
Well, this is quite good, Christina. Some have speculated that they Some have speculated that if they cannot demonstrably prove that Kouri fed the Fent to Eric, she will walk. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. I mean, it's a little bit different, but that's similar to a Chandler Halderson defense in a way, which was, well, there's no videotape of him shooting his dad in the back, so there's reasonable doubt. Yeah, that's I don't know where you heard that, but I disagree strongly.
All right, let's talk about the Fransom Lane property. The Fransom Lane property, you just testified that you gave a loan or invested, or whatever word you want to call it, about $200,000, right?
Approximately.
And do you know what that money was used for?
The money was used for fixing up that home.
Rehab costs.
Rehab costs.
Right. And you got all of your money back plus interest, is that correct?
I believe we did, yes.
And do you know how much interest or profit you made on that?
I don't recall.
All right. And you talked about a buy-sell agreement that you guys had, and you just discussed that with Mr. Bloodworth. The buy-sell agreement is basically when partners in a business buy an insurance policy on each other, right?
Correct.
So that if Eric died, you would get money. If you died, Eric would get money, right?
Correct.
And the idea of that policy is that you pay the family member to divest from your business and say, look, here's the $2 million. Please don't be a partner with me. I don't want to be partners with you. I just want to pay you $2 million and you go away and you're done with this business, right?
The idea of it is to do whatever the contract states. So whatever is in that contract would be followed.
And was it your understanding that your buy-sell agreement would allow whichever person survived the other partner to pay that money to the family, and then the family would not be involved in the business from there forward?
In our buy-sell agreement, we had it so that the proceeds would go to the family.
Right. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about a beneficiary change on the buy-sell agreement, right?
Yes.
And that occurred on January 1st of
Objection,
20.
Your Honor. Just foundation. The beneficiary changes on the life insurance policy, not the buy-sell agreement.
I think that's what Ms. Nestor meant.
That's what I meant.
Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. So the beneficiary to the life insurance that backed up the buy-sell agreement was changed on January 1st of 2022. Is that right?
I was told that.
Okay. And were you in fact told when you learned about this that the policy that was changed was your policy, not Eric's?
So the way that I understood that is the policy is on the person who is still alive, and I don't recall exactly the words that they used to tell me that it had been switched. They told me that someone had logged in and switched that beneficiary, and that was
to your policy.
Yeah, I
Right.
don't recall the exact words that he used in that moment.
Well, think about it. You remember everything else. You don't remember if it was your policy or Eric's policy that it was changed?
Your Honor, objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'd like him to have a chance to answer it.
Overruled. Please answer Ms. Nestor's question.
You see, a lot of attorneys would have walked away from that, but Nestor pushes. I mean, there's things about that. I wouldn't go so far as to say I like them, but I've said from the beginning that they've got some real good little what are they even called? Just little reframes of arguments, ready to go. A whole bunch of them in their pocket. Each one of them, and they're the same. You can tell they've worked together for quite some time. I mean, the firm's called Nestor and Lewis. So, yeah, I guess they work with each other a lot.
So it's tricky because when it's a flip-flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
It's okay. Take your time.
Okay, I gotta know, who is wearing an Apple Watch right now? Because, personally, that guy's wearing an Apple Watch, right?
It's tricky because when you...
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's an Apple Watch. And does no one else feel that although they're quite expensive, and I'm sure that there's lots of bells and whistles, apparently you can look at a map right on your watch. I mean, why would you ever want to do that? Yeah, let me just look at this map on my tiny wrist screen. Okay. And yeah, I don't understand what all the fuss is about. I think it's interesting if it monitors your heart. That seems pretty cool. But everything else, I just think if you're, this guy's clearly wealthy, right? Eric was wealthy. They were 50-50 partners in a successful stonemasonry business. I would just think if you were going to go and buy a watch, you could do better than that. You could do a lot better.
It's a flip-flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
It's okay. Take your time.
I kind of like his tie, though. It's very 1988 motel curtains or bedspread, right?
It's tricky because when you... It's a flip-flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
It's okay. Take your time.
So what I was told was that there was a change made to the beneficiary, that somebody had gone in and changed that and then switched it back. I do not recall him telling me whose name was changed or anything like that.
So it's possible it was your policy?
There's a possibility.
Okay. And if it was your policy, that means if you died, the beneficiary would be somebody different, not if Eric died,
Okay.
right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it was changed back, right?
That's what I was told.
So at the time that Eric passed, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your policy, right?
Can you say that again?
At the time Eric died, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your personal policy, correct?
Not of my policy, no.
And she was not a beneficiary of Eric's policy, correct?
The policy stated that if he were to die, I would pay his family the money.
And that's what you did. You paid Katie Benson and the trust
I did
the
not
money.
pay Katie Benson. I paid the trust.
You paid the
and
trust.
I put it into the court,
Okay.
which was instructed by attorneys.
Okay. So none of that money went to Kouri, right?
I have no clue where that money sits today.
You didn't give it to Kouri.
I gave it to the court
You gave it
as
to
I was instructed through my attorney.
on the behalf of the trust.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the times that you saw Eric in pain. So, fair to say Eric had back pain? He had back problems?
He would pinch a nerve once in a while and have back pain, yes.
And he'd be unable to work?
He would work through that.
Sometimes he'd be unable to work?
He would still probably drive around in his truck, which is considered work. I mean,
Okay.
he wasn't out lifting another stone, if that's what work, yeah.
So it might have impacted the type of work he could do.
Yeah.
All right. And he also had knee pain, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Mhm.
And he even had knee surgery at some point?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then he had Lyme's disease.
Yes.
And did he complain to you about pain in his muscles from Lyme's disease?
He would tell me how painful that was, correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you had ever seen Eric take drugs, right?
Correct.
And Eric, you mentioned you guys went on a mission together, right?
Correct.
So it's
Different
fair to
times, but not together.
It's fair to assume that you subscribe to the faith of the Church of the Latter-day Saints?
I am LDS.
Okay. And as part of that faith, you all subscribe that it is not proper to drink or take drugs, right?
If you are an active following member and you believe that, then that is correct.
And Eric knew that you were of this faith, correct?
Correct.
And he did not share with you when he drank alcohol, did he?
I would hear about it.
He didn't share it with you.
I've never been offered a drink from Eric.
And I'm sure that is a sign of respect to you and your faith, yes?
I believe so. To me as a person.
And he never shared with you that he used marijuana gummies?
He himself? No, he never told me.
Okay. Did you ever see him do that around you?
No.
Okay. And again,
Yeah, there's nothing like loading up a few marijuana gummies and kicking back with the Book of Mormon. Am I right? Am I right? I mean, it's pretty far out from what I understand. There's a spaceship in it and another planet called Mormon or something like that.
he knew that you would not approve of that, right? Under your faith.
Eric would be okay telling me some of those things. He would tell me, but in the light that I am his good friend, that he would tell me things, right? But not be proud of that by any means.
So he did share with you that he used drugs?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. This line of question calls for hearsay.
Well,
Sustained. Just ask your next question.
did you just testify that he did tell you about things, he just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. If you'd ask a different question.
She does that as well. Completely ignores the judge a lot and just does what she wants to do. Miss Lewis is even worse at that.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you the question if you had ever seen Eric use drugs, your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
But you have knowledge that he did.
People have told me that.
Objection.
I'll leave it.
Here's
But it's out. What do you want me to do now, Mr. Bloodworth?
is out. What if people told you?
You can follow up. Okay, Ms. Nestor, please keep her moving.
You mentioned that you and Eric used to go hunting together. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you provide information to hunting law enforcement officials about violations that Eric had done when he was hunting?
Yes.
And was he placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And you provided that information and testimony against him?
No.
Okay. But you told the police that he did what they thought he did, right?
I was brought in and asked questions that I answered to.
And those questions incriminated Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them.
And you and Eric kind of had a falling out after that, is that fair?
Falling out in what sense?
You stopped going on vacations together with your families?
We didn't go on vacation with our families very often as it was. So I would say that was not something that immediately happened after that.
Your relationship became more tense, more difficult between the two of you?
Oh, yeah, he didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was upset about that.
So I want to talk about the Valentine's Day call that you had with Eric. To your knowledge, did Eric work that day?
Again, work is everywhere we go. We have our cell phone and we are working.
Did you know whether he worked that day?
I would assume that he had worked that day, having received a phone call or two or done some sort of management style of work.
If I were to show you photographs of projects that he visited that morning, would you be able to recognize the project by looking at the house?
I may be able to recognize a project, but I'd have no clue if he showed up there or not, or if he had worked there that day.
Okay, can we put up for the witness States Exhibit 3-13D? All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we still don't have it.
You're welcome to use ours. Okay, do you see that photograph in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And that is a photograph and
Could you
Eric.
pause for one moment, Ms. Nestor? Mr. Bloodworth.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
He hasn't even let me get it out of my mouth yet, Judge.
Are you about to lay some foundation?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so if you lay it before you represent what it is.
I will.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what that home is, the aerial view? Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
Eric's.
Okay. And can you go to the next photograph, Katie? Do you recognize that overhead view of a home?
I don't.
So you don't know if that's one of the homes that Eric was working on or one of his projects at the time?
Doesn't look familiar to me.
Okay, can you go to the next one, Katie? What about this very large home? Do you recognize that one?
I don't.
You don't know if you guys were doing a project on that house?
I don't.
Okay, you can take it down. On the day that you spoke to Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, you weren't aware that he went to a doctor that day? Did you ever know of him going to the doctor, taking time off
He told me that he had gone with Carter that morning.
to get allergy shots?
Something with allergies.
Okay, but after you spoke to him, were you ever aware that he went to a doctor to follow up on how he felt that day?
That's what Kouri's mother says to the first responders. It's like, yeah, he had allergy shots yesterday, so that's probably it. Also, he has asthma.
Your Honor, objection calls, I think, for hearsay. There's no foundation otherwise.
If he had personal knowledge, if Eric took time off to go to the doctor,
Please approach.
did you give Eric a ride to the doctor that day?
No.
Did you give Eric a ride to the hospital that day?
No.
Did you go visit him in a hospital that day?
I did not.
Okay. Did he make any calls to you where you could hear in the background there was hospital noises or ambulances or anything like that?
No.
Did he come to work the next day?
Yes. He would have been working.
All right, the day that Eric died, on March the day before he died, the 3rd, you guys went to lunch that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went to lunch at the Mirror Lake Cafe?
I believe that's where it was, yes.
And you kind of spent part of the day with him that day, didn't you?
Just that, at that lunch appointment.
All right. And then you got notice that he had passed, correct?
The next morning.
And did you send Becky Lloyd to Eric's house to pick up all of his computers?
At a certain point, yes. I don't remember when, but yes, she went and picked the computer up.
And was that within a day or two of his death?
Yes, it would have been within a couple of days.
And you didn't clear that with any law enforcement?
Didn't, nope.
So you picked up his computer, or Becky picked up his computer and brought it into y'all's custody, right?
Yeah, it was a C&E owned computer that we needed the company stuff from.
And did you get into the computer? Did you open it? Did you look for documents in it?
I don't know how to turn a computer on half the time.
Okay. All right, what about Miss Becky? Did she go into the computer?
Your Honor,
All he does is pick up big rocks and haul them into a truck bed and drive them to another location and unload. I don't know what an on button is. I'm sorry.
objection.
That's why I love rocks. There is no on button.
Hearsay scope.
Do you know whether Becky went into the...
Sustained, if you could ask
I will.
non-hearsay inducing question.
Did you see Becky go into the computer?
Oh, if you could ask a non-hearsay inducing question that I know you did on purpose because I'm a judge and I see these tactics all the time. I know what you're doing. Stop it.
At all?
I did not see Becky.
Okay. And then at some point, a private investigator came to talk to you about that computer, correct?
Correct.
And that would be Mr. Todd Gabler.
Correct.
And Todd worked for the Richins family or the trust.
I don't know who he worked for, but I assume that's correct.
And you told him that Becky had the computer?
Correct.
And you sent him to get it from Becky?
I don't remember sending him.
Did you authorize Becky to give it to him?
We would have in that instance, yes.
Okay. And in all that time, no law enforcement had gotten the computer first?
Correct.
All right. And then isn't it true that shortly after Eric died, you also sent somebody to pick up his work truck?
Correct.
And explain to me what the work truck looked like.
Brown Ford 550 flatbed truck.
And I noticed you said earlier that work a lot of times involved driving around in that truck, right?
Correct.
So he spent a lot of time in that truck.
He did.
Did he just say the make and model? It's not a Tundra.
Sent somebody to pick up his work truck.
Correct.
And explain to me what the work truck looked like.
Brown Ford 550 flatbed truck.
Ford 550 flatbed truck, huh? 550, not a 150, not a 250, not a 350, but a 550. How the fuck big is that? We gotta check that out. Was it brown? Brown F550. Oh my God. That's too much. It's like the truck that ate Utah. Too much. Too much. I don't care how big your rocks are.
And I noticed you said earlier that work a lot of times involved driving around in that truck, right?
Correct.
So he spent a lot of time in that truck.
He did.
And the truck was parked generally in the garage in the back of his house. Is that fair?
I don't know where he parked it.
But you sent someone named, what was the person's name that you sent to go get the truck?
Oh, look. Riding Shotgun says, yeah, Lisa was involved, no doubt. Too bad it'll never be proven. You see, I just haven't seen enough to have anything close to that opinion. What do people point to that I know about? They point to that she poisoned her spouse or something. And that means nothing. I mean, alone. Or, you know, that could simply mean that Lisa once poisoned her spouse, Kouri knew about it, and was inspired. It doesn't require Lisa to go back and say, hey, I got an idea. You know what I mean? So what else is there? She was there until 9 o'clock. Okay, well, on the night that Eric was dead. Okay, well, I wouldn't say that that there's any reason to think that was rare. They have 3 kids. That's doesn't strike me as unusual. So what else is there? So what is writing says, yes, she had a partner die of an overdose and she cashed in a policy. Okay. Well, let's just say that that was murder. How does that create such a strong opinion that she was involved with Eric's death? Because it could quite easily, like I just said, be that Kouri knew about that and thought, hey, that's a good idea, and my mom got away with it, so I'll try it. It doesn't require Lisa to come back to Kouri and collude with her alone. So what else is there? Or is it just one of those things where people get a feeling? Because I understand if it is. I have feelings too.
I don't recall who I sent.
Okay. Somebody named Victor?
I don't recall.
Okay. And he went to pick the truck up and took it out of the garage, right?
But if it was in the garage, then he would have taken it out of the garage. I don't know where it was parked.
Okay. And
I think most people remember somebody that's called Victor, no? Victor? Somebody called Victor? Oh, I don't recall. Everybody recalls Victor, right? Not many people are called Victor. You would always remember any name that begins with the letter V.
If the police testified that that truck was not searched when Mr. Richins died, to your knowledge, had anybody sought your permission to search it at all prior to you picking it up?
No.
Okay. And then you took it into your custody,
Yes.
and you kept that truck.
Yes.
You still have it.
Yes.
All right. He also drove a red truck, is that right? But like a personal truck.
Yes.
And did the C&E own the red truck?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, you found out that the red truck was being serviced. Is that right?
Yes.
How'd you find that out?
The Ford dealership called me and told me that it was ready to be picked up.
Right. And you knew that that truck was being driven by Kouri Richins at the time?
It should not have been being driven at all.
Okay, but she had custody of it.
It was sitting at her house with instruction that it shouldn't be driven.
Okay. And when you
Well,
found out...
knowledge that it shouldn't be
I'm
driven.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
You're
thought
good.
you were done. You found out the truck was ready and you went and picked it up, right?
We went and got it, yes,
You didn't-
because it had been driven.
You didn't talk to Kouri about it.
No.
You didn't discuss it with her at all.
No.
You just took it from the dealership.
It is a C&E owned vehicle. And there is ramifications for an accident for somebody that's not working with C&E.
Okay, there's a poll asking, was Lisa involved with Eric's death? And the options are yes, no, or not enough info to say. Please do vote in the poll. Let's find out. Let's find out where people are.
And so it felt that it would be proper to make sure that the truck wasn't being driven
Where's the truck now?
in somebody's
A few interviews with Lisa. Oh, are there interviews? Okay.
yard or house, or I don't know exactly where it's at.
Did you give it to Katie?
I did.
You gave it to her for free.
I did not give it to her, no.
You sold it to
It
her?
is owned by C&E.
So did C&E sell the truck to Katie, or did they
No.
just give it to her?
No, it's sitting at their home or their yard or their place.
So they had it. So the people who had access to the truck before any law enforcement ever looked at it were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, anyone at the dealership. Is that all right?
Say that again.
The people who had access to that red truck before there was any search executed were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, and anyone at C&E that picked it up?
Objection Foundation.
Overruled. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Christina, if you can provide a link to what's given you this very strong impression, we'd be happy to have a look. I saw her on the 48 Hours thing. Obviously, we can't play that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what's this? Family of mom accused of killing husband and writing book on grief speaks out. Okay, let's have a look at this. Let's take a break from trial. George. We got George. No. Yes.
Kouri Richins is due in court today as we hear from the family members defending her. Eva Pilgrim has the story. Good morning, Eva.
Good morning, George. Prosecutors say this was not the first time Kouri Richins tried to kill her husband. Now she's back in court as her family sits down with ABC News. They say she is innocent.
As the Utah mom accused of fatally poisoning her husband, then writing a children's book about grief, heads back to court. This morning, Kouri Richins' family speaking out for the first time as a group in her defense.
I do not believe in my heart Kouri could ever not just kill Eric, but kill anything or anyone.
She loves her boys way too much to take their father away from them.
Prosecutors claim the mom of 3 laced her husband Eric's Moscow Mule cocktail with 5 times the lethal dosage of fentanyl in March of 2022. Then went on to write "Are You With Me?" to help her children process their grief.
My husband passed away unexpectedly last year. It completely took us all by.
Did you see how, hang on, in today's thumbnail, where is it? Eric is actually wearing the outfit he has on in the book. Where is it? Look, you can just about see his red sleeve, and then he's got this, what do you call those jackets? And that cap, and then we go back to the, oh, hang on, you can't see. Right here. Oh, too big. Way too big. Ah. He's got that jacket and the hat and everything. Then we go back. It's the same, right? In the book. Which is just so gross, isn't it? I mean, that's even more creepy. Like if he was in a, whatever angels wear, like a white robe or, what is it? Tunic. A white tunic. That would be one thing, but dressed up in his clothes that he wore in the real world, I mean, that's crazy. That's so fucked up.
"Are You With Me?" to help her children process their grief.
My husband passed away unexpectedly last year. It completely took us all by shock.
Kouri's family painting her as a loving, devoted mother and wife.
She does everything, I mean, from Boy Scout leader to soccer to you name it. She's involved in everything.
As a couple, they were very much in love. They were very happy.
They were in probably the best spot that we've seen them in a long time at the time of his death.
But prosecutors point to cracks in the couple's seemingly perfect marriage. Both sides allege infidelity, and prosecutors claim Kouri stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from Eric. His family says that prompted him to change his life insurance beneficiary from Kouri to his sister, not long before he died.
We have watched as Kouri has paraded around portraying herself as a grieving widow and victim while trying to profit from the death of my brother.
Kouri's family says Eric liked to let loose and believe his death was an accident.
Eric loved to party. He loved to have a good time. The simplest answer is often the correct one. It was most likely an accidental overdose.
I believe Eric may have gotten pain pills and didn't realize that they had fentanyl in them. If you knew Kouri, she would never ever do this, not only to Eric, but to those boys.
But when asked about Kouri and Eric's relationship, a spokesperson for his family telling ABC News,
My own read on it is that she straight away, the minute she got to the house, knew what Kouri had done. And the reasons that she seems a little, suspicious when she's speaking to anybody is she's wanting to cover that up. That's how I see it at this moment. But yeah. So people actually think that Kouri sat down with Lisa Darden and they said, okay, what we got to do, try and get some fentanyl, because if we get some fentanyl, we can do and have that kind of planning session. Because I personally, I don't see that.
she killed him And Eric didn't use drugs. He did not accidentally overdose. He was poisoned.
Now, Kouri has not yet entered a plea. She will be held without bail for the duration of her trial.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our...
Wow, she's chirpy, Robin Roberts. Very beach. Feel like she should be holding a beach ball or sipping something out of a hollowed out pineapple husk.
YouTube channel.
YouTube channel, True Crime Metrix YouTube channel, the best. Value led. Boom. Support the channel on PayPal. And buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. That is a great way to support the channel too. Thank you so much.
Got a lot.
Okay, goodbye, newsreader.
Many people had access to that truck. If access is
Okay.
they would have to be given the key and given permission to drive it.
So when Eric passed and his
What does everyone think of riding shotgun's new profile picture? I keep thinking it's Neverly. Could be sisters.
buy-sell agreement was executed and you gave the money to the court for the trust, then the company 100% became yours, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your personal net worth basically doubled at that point?
You could say that.
Okay. Since Sarah death, you've remained close with his family, is that fair?
Yes.
And you've actually, you and your wife have accompanied Eric's family to court and sat with them during court hearings?
We have.
Court's indulgence for just, one question I did forget. The New York Life, that was who had your insurance for your buy-sell, correct?
Okay, Christina, you got to tell me how you get to such a specific opinion. I really want to know. I mean, please lay it out for me. Christina says, no, I think Kouri planned it and told her mother close to the day of the murder. Okay, well, that's very specific. So what tells you that?
Correct.
Were you aware of whether Kouri and Eric had personal New York Life policies as well?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, that's fine. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
Oh, look, we've got another raffle. This is fantastic. That last raffle, that was so good. We got to get a picture. Where's our picture of our fantastic mug? Love the mug. Probably the best merch we've ever made. Let's put it on screen. The raffle mug. So what's the deal? everybody who buys a coffee enters the raffle. And the winner that will be announced at the end of the show gets a free Metrix. Oh, why is that so big? Okay. It's way too big. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Enter the raffle. PayPal. Go to PayPal. Make a donation. Go to Buy Me a Coffee. Make a donation. Enter the raffle. Win the mug. Gamble. Gamble now. You could win.
If you know a company called, but were you aware, was C&E paying for a personal life insurance policy for Eric through a company called Auto Owners or Integrated Insurance Solutions?
I'm not aware.
Okay, that's fine. You mentioned that Eric loved hunting, right?
Correct.
And after you gave your testimony to the Department of Wildlife and Natural Resources, Eric couldn't hunt for a while in the United States. Is that right?
Correct.
But he still could hunt in Mexico.
Correct.
And are you aware that shortly before his death, he went hunting in Mexico?
I am.
Do you know when?
It would have been in February sometime, I believe.
All right. And how often did he hunt
January.
in Mexico? Are you aware?
Sorry, what?
How often did Eric go hunting in Mexico?
He went down there for a trip, so I would assume he was hunting every day that he was there.
Okay. Are you aware of more than one time that he went to Mexico to go hunting?
Yes.
Were you aware of them more than 5 times?
I couldn't say. I don't remember.
Did you ever go with him to Mexico?
Could I?
Did you?
Did I? No.
Do you know where in Mexico Eric went hunting?
A general area. I don't know exactly where.
It's a general area
Typically, the hunting takes place in somewhere around Sonora.
around Sonora.
Somewhere.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, from your perspective, was the loan to Kouri Richins Realty in connection with the Franson Lane property out of necessity?
Yes.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
You opened the door, overruled.
Can you repeat that?
Did people tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
People would tell me that, yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
You testified that you provided some inculpatory information to DNR officers in connection with their investigation of Eric. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you provide them with information?
Eric was being investigated for a
Where
wildlife
is the
incident.
evidence prior to the murder? Where is the evidence? Where is the solicitation and conspiracy evidence? The state couldn't show that because there wasn't any evidence.
Wow, that was great. Thank you, Christina, for that fantastic. What is this here? Got a pop-up? Got a pop-up? Gotta make that big again, like this. Christina, thank you for the 3 cups of coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. The great news that anybody, can enter the raffle right now to win that mug. What did Christina say? Christina said, give me that mug. Okay, oh, this is for the... Okay, I see. Well, thank you for your coffee.
Somebody else had turned him in, and they brought me in to answer some questions that they had.
And did the incident involve not having a tag and killing an elk?
Yes.
Why did you provide incriminating evidence as opposed to covering for Eric?
My bishop told me to.
Eric knew what he had done wasn't right, and he was okay to be a big boy and take care of his own stuff.
Oh my God.
And I was okay to be honest and tell them the truth and allow him to do what he needed to do on his end.
Is that hard for you to do?
It was extremely
Plus
hard.
tax reasons.
I knew what those ramifications were going to be.
Yeah. And the tax reasons, the tax break that you got because of that, because of your testimony, was what?
But did you do it because it was the...
Do you do a $4 million business moving stones around in a fucking massive F-550? Neither of you have an office. You both work from home. We saw Eric's office. You don't run a $4 million business out of there. He probably was involved with the cartel. Those rocks were fake rocks full of drugs, right? It's like, yeah, we're going to go and move another one of those big rocks. Yeah, great client needs another 30 rocks. You going to get the F-550? Yeah. I've seen it all before.
right thing to do?
I did.
Does March the 7th, 2022 sound like about the right day when you dispatched somebody to pick up the brown truck from Eric's residence?
Sounds right.
Why have you sat with Eric Richins' family at various court proceedings?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
It's within the scope of your cross. Overruled.
I love the Richins. I loved Eric. He was one of my best friends, and I want to be a support where I can.
Thank you.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Of course.
Wow. You know,
where I can.
I like the system.
Thank you.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
She is so angry. I mean, really, I think if she could get hold of Kouri, oh, she'd smash her face up with a brick, turn it into a hamburger, and grill it rare.
Of course. Okay. Do not speak with anyone while you're out there. Thank you, sir.
Okay, what do we think about his dress style? I mean, it's not great, is it? But it's not. It's just a suit. It's just a plain old suit. I did like his tie.
Governor, we can put it on the screen for you, or do you want me to wait, Mr. Butler?
We just wait a moment. Yeah. We're just trying to fix his screen. page 60 is. Is
Yes.
there a page and line number you want me to go to?
If you start at line 15 and go through the beginning of the next page.
If you can go to the next page for me.
Your Honor, I probably need to read it into the record for purposes of the record.
One moment. Can we go back to page 60? Do you have it up on your screen, Mr. Bloodworth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the part that we're seeking to examine the witness, and we submit that the state has opened the door by asking the question, has anyone ever told you Eric used illicit drugs? And his answer was no. In this testimony at the preliminary, page 60 line, beginning at line 15, and were you aware that in high school Eric had an addiction to pain pills? Answer, I did know that he participated in pain pill taking for sure. Question, you did? Answer, yes. And do you know what his pill of choice was that he was addicted to back then? Answer, I believe in high school we called them Red Devils.
Is that where you want to stop?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not entirely sure that Mr. Wright is referring to illicit street drugs, quote unquote, there, but I also don't know the other way. Mr. Bloodworth, you'd be able to clarify that with him once it came in. I think I already ruled on a motion in limine that this issue would be admissible, correct?
No, Your Honor, it was the opposite.
Well, that's
in the motion in limine, and we're scrambling in the back to get this now, the motion in limine briefing to you. But in the motion in limine, Mr. Wright clarified this testimony to say his awareness was from other people.
Oh, that's right.
Not from observing Eric Richins. So whatever he knows about Eric Richins' high school drug use, if any, is hearsay. Mr. Wright also clarified, it wasn't Mr. Wright that was clarified. Also, the state produced evidence that Red Devils, circa whatever it was, 2020-ish, was a reference to an over-the-counter cough suppressant that kids were taking in high school. So I think the defense is saying that that the state opened the door is unfounded.
May I respond, Your Honor?
One moment, I've got to read my ruling.
Yes, sir.
So the ruling was that I deferred ruling on the motion in limine until after the parties have an opportunity to voir dire witness Kouri Wright or provide other evidence outside the presence of the jury to determine whether there is any non-hearsay route to the admissibility of the proposed evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So here's what just happened. Mr. Bloodworth asked the question, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs?
Street drugs.
I objected to hearsay. The court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, in fairness, you're skipping the first step. You opened the door and crossed to this topic.
I just said that.
Right,
that
but I want to be clear.
Okay.
It's not just.
Oh, here we go. This is where the gloves come off, and hot sauce is dripping down his chin. The flames.
Mr. Bloodworth asked
the judge's
question,
flames.
has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs?
Street drugs.
I objected to hearsay. The court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, in fairness, you're skipping the first step. You opened the door and crossed to this topic.
I just said that.
Right,
that
but
you,
I want to be clear.
Okay.
It's not just an allegation that you did. You did.
Okay.
Then Mr. Bloodworth went into it.
Okay, absolutely. I was trying to convey that. I'm sorry if I didn't do it correctly. I was not trying to skip any step. You ruled that I had opened the door. You allowed him to elicit what would typically be hearsay evidence because I had opened the door. Now it's in. Now this witness has said on the stand, no one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's claiming.
Well, we don't know one way or the other. Would you like an opportunity to voir dire Kouri Wright about that, consistent with the court's motion in limine ruling from January?
I'm happy to voir dire him if it helps the court with your ruling. It is my position that at this point, I'm entitled to impeach him for making a statement in response to the state, elicited by the state, that no one's ever told him Eric used illicit street drugs. Here I have testimony that is contrary to that. I have a right to impeach him on that. I'll voir dire him on whatever you want, but it is my motion now that I be allowed to go into this because the state has put it there. They've put it out there. I have a right to impeach that he just testified falsely and inconsistently with what he said at the prelim. And it's very important, Your Honor.
If he, in fact, said something impeachable, you have the right to impeach him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that he did yet. Why don't we get to that point, Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, certainly we can voir dire him. I think if the court reads further down in the preliminary hearing transcript, counsel asks...
You know I don't have that ability, so if you could cite me to it.
Oh, do you not have... I'm sorry.
No. I don't have control over what they're showing me.
I can email it.
If there's a docket entry you want me to look at, I know that it's in the docket.
Sure, it's page 61 that I thought was on your screen. It's on my screen.
So
It is now, yeah.
So at the bottom of page 60, I guess we just read from the middle of page 60.
60, line 15 through 25.
Correct. If
Yeah.
the court keeps reading to the top of page 61, Kouri Wright says he has no idea what Red Devils were.
He says prior to that he is very aware that Eric took pain pills in high school. He says that clear as day.
Why don't we just ask him what he knows?
We can, but
Oh, you don't want that. You want to just use this.
I want to use this, and I want to do it in front of the jury. I
But
don't
you
want to
want
give a
to, you don't want to
chance.
just put it in. You want to ask him questions about it, right?
No, I just want to. I want to impeach him with this document only.
You don't have any foundation that Red Devils are illicit street drugs, though. So you need that foundation
Pain
for
pills
this.
would be.
But that's not illicit street drugs, and that wasn't the question. This is an important difference. Nobody's asked this gentleman
Your Honor,
or shown that
If you buy pain
please
pills, I'm
don't
sorry.
speak
I'm
over
sorry.
me
I'm
so
sorry.
that you have a clean record.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
If
Whoa. Speaking over the judge and everything, please don't speak over me so that you have a clean record.
there is an impeachable statement by this witness as to whether he's aware that Eric Richins took pain pills at any point in his life, this would be directly relevant to that. But we need a non-speculative foundation for the idea that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
So the pain pills that they're talking about, if they are
Who's
taken,
they?
if that is being referred to in this prior statement, the
Red
pain
Devils.
pills that, well, he says pain pills and then he says Red Devils.
Okay.
So my understanding, according to this, is that Mr. Wright doesn't know what Red Devils are, but that's what they called them in high school,
Seems accurate.
which is clearly saying these were not doctor prescribed, these are illicit drugs that he's using in high school. So
No, there's some distance between a nickname called Red Devils and illicit street drugs. And I don't know what the Red Devils he's referring to are, but it doesn't automatically mean they're illicit street drugs.
if you use pain pills without a prescription, that is illicit street drugs.
It is not. And you know that to be true.
I disagree, Your Honor.
It might be diversion of a prescribed substance, but it's not illicit street drugs.
They've certainly heard testimony from Mr. Crozier that he's selling oxycodone on the street that came from prescriptions. That's illicit street drugs.
I'm not sure you want to take that position going forward, but I don't endorse it in any respect. Certainly, we know that diversion of prescribed legal medication is different than purchasing on the street prescription medication is different than purchasing non-FDA approved substances on the street. There is a range of conduct here, and the question asked by Mr. Bloodworth was specific.
Can we read back? Can we get it read back, what he asked? Do we have the transcript of the exact statement that Mr. Bloodworth just asked him?
State courts do not create transcripts.
I think we have someone doing it live right now.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Ms. Payer?
She's not a court employee. I don't know what you're referring to.
If you can give me 5 minutes, I can email her and get the exact statement.
Sure. While that occurs.
Yeah, because we take care of the things that the court doesn't have people for. I've got someone in my office, Miss Payer, transcribing the entire proceedings live right now. And I can tell you exactly what was said.
I'm going to use the restroom. We'll take a recess until 10:35. All rise.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Wright's testimony, let me grab the question. Was that he had never seen Eric Richins use prescription drugs or illicit drugs.
Okay. So let's see what he says on voir dire to see if it actually impeaches that or not.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm sensitive to the precision of the questions you were asking at various points.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite Mr. Wright back in for that purpose?
No, sir.
I'm going to wait for Mr. Bertram to whisper in your ear.
Go ahead, call him back in.
Okay, very good. May we invite Mr. Wright back into the courtroom, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wright, thank you for your patience. If you take the stand for me. If you'd like a glass of water, you can pour yourself one. You are still under oath. Ms. Nestor has a few extra questions for you, and then we'll see where we go from there. All right.
May it please the court?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. So we want to just dig in a little bit to the question that you were asked on redirect. When Mr. Bloodworth asked you if anyone had ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs. And I believe he said illicit street drugs. Does that sound right? Or do you recall?
Did he say illicit street drugs? Is that what you're asking?
What was your understanding of the question that he asked you at the very end about whether you'd ever heard about Eric using drugs?
Illicit street drugs.
Right. What was your understanding of that question?
If anyone had ever told me about him using an illicit street drug.
Okay.
Now, I'm not in the drug world. I have no clue what most drugs are categorized as. So.
Did you talk to anyone outside in the hallway while you were waiting?
I did not.
Okay, just checking. Okay. So at the preliminary hearing, we asked you some questions about whether you were aware that Eric used pain pills in high school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And are you aware of that?
I was told that that had happened.
All right. And were you ever told about where he got those pain pills?
I have no idea where he got those pain pills from.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you earlier today if you were ever aware of Mr. Richins using prescription drugs, you said no.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Pause, Mr. Wright. If you would just object to foundation and restate the question for me.
Sure.
Oh, we don't have Cash App, Pearl, because it's just for Americans. Can you believe it? It's an exclusive club.
Your Honor, objection, foundation.
Let me ask you this way.
Sustained. Go ahead.
Do you, was it your understanding in high school when you had this knowledge that Mr. Richins was using these drugs illicitly? In other words, not with the prescription of a pharmacist?
I need you to be more precise in that question. Which drugs are you referring to?
The pain pills, sorry.
And if you would re-ask it, please.
Was it your understanding in high school when you knew about this that Mr. Richins was using his own prescription for pain pills or someone else's?
I learned about this later on in life, not in high school.
Okay, and what did you learn?
And I learned that he had taken pain pills in high school. That's what I had been told.
Without a prescription?
I didn't get asked whether it was a prescription or not. I don't know.
All right, and then I think you said in the prelim that you thought they were called Red Devils, is that right?
That's what I was told.
And was it your understanding that Red Devils were an illicit street drug?
I don't know what an illicit street drug entails, but I assumed that the Red Devils were being abused, as that's what high school kids were doing.
So people were doing that in your school?
I heard that, yes.
And did you know what Red Devils...
Later on in life.
What did you know what Red Devils were?
I learned later on what those were, yes.
What are those?
I believe it's Sudafed.
Oh, it's Sudafed?
I think. I'm not a drug person. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could be pseudoephedrine, maybe.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But that's what I think it is Sudafed being abused.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, do you need more than that?
I understand Mr. Wright's testimony on the record.
Okay. Okay. Let me just think for 1 second if there's anything else. When you answered Mr. Bloodworth's question in front of the jury, that you...
So Sudafed is a commonly used over-the-counter sympathomimetic, what the hell is that? Nasal spray, nasal decongestant that relieves congestion by shrinking swollen blood vessels in the sinuses and nasal cavities, typically providing relief within 15 to 30 minutes. It is used for colds, sinusitis, and allergies, but may cause high blood pressure, headache, or insomnia. Side effects. Common side effects include dry mouth, nausea, dizziness, insomnia, and nervousness. It may also cause increased heart rate and blood pressure. Well, it sounds rubbish. The fuck? He was abusing Sudafed. Why? Dosage. What else have we got here? Anything good? Phenylephrine. Pseudoephedrine. They just make this stuff up, don't they?
That you had not heard from...
Pharmaceuticals be like, yeah, maybe if we spell it Greek, we'll look like we really know what we're talking about and be able to charge more.
Anyone that Eric used illicit street drugs. That's except for what you heard about in high school?
Objection, Your Honor. The foundation.
I can ask him what his intention of his answer was, Your Honor. Did you intend to carve that out?
That's a fair question.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
You intend to carve out from that answer what you knew about high school?
What answer? Sorry.
From the answer that Mr. Bloodworth asked you in front of the jury, if anyone had ever told you or if you'd ever heard that Eric used illicit street drugs, did you intend to not include what you knew in high school? Are you carving that out?
If I said it that I was in high school, what I've been told about Eric is throughout my life. I don't know if it was exactly in high school. I don't know if it was in my early.
We should be good here, riding shotgun. We got a nice full bar green signal.
20s or now. What I've been told over the years is that he had used those in high school, and that's what I know.
Right. And so if I were to ask you the question again that Mr. Bloodworth asked you, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit street drugs, and you included all the knowledge you have all the way back through what he did in high school? What would your answer be now?
I don't know what illicit street drugs entail.
Okay.
I've been told of some drugs that he used, and that's what I would testify to, is that I know that he used some drugs, form of drugs. I don't know what they are exactly. I don't know if they're illicit street drugs or not, but that he had used drugs at some point.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else for Mr. Wright at this point? In terms of word effort?
Sir, is the only drug that you've been told he used in high school the Red Devils?
In high school, yes.
You haven't heard of him using any other drug in high school other than marijuana? Let's just accept marijuana from this whole discussion, okay?
Yeah. So in high school, I was told that people were using Red Devils.
Man, I don't think this guy's ever going to accept marijuana, and maybe he should.
Heard that Eric had popped pills.
Okay. And is your understanding was the pills that he popped were the Red Devils, or was it Red Devils and something else?
Understanding that a Red Devil is a pill, he popped pills, and I don't really know much more than that.
Okay.
I don't know what pills they were popping or anything to that extent.
Can I just follow up on that, Your Honor? So you mentioned in high school, like maybe there was after high school as well. Did I misread what you just said?
I have learned of these things through people over the years. I don't know this exact times and days that people have told me this knowledge. Eric popped pills in high school is what I've been told.
Beyond high school, do you have any knowledge if he popped pills?
I don't have any sure knowledge that he popped pills after high school.
Not sure knowledge, but if people told you that?
I have knowledge that he took THC gummies.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure because I heard that clarification, and I wanted to make sure we followed all the way through with it.
Great.
As far as you sit here today, other than what you heard about what he did in high school, and other than knowing about the THC gummies, have you heard from any other person that Eric used drugs in his lifetime?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
I need to make you take a walk again.
Okay.
Please don't speak to anybody in the lobby. Your argument.
He would include that he was aware Eric popped pills in high school. He also heard that people in his high school were doing Red Devils. He said he assumed that's what Eric was doing, but he doesn't know. But he has knowledge that Eric was popping pills. This whole case is about a pill addiction. This whole case is about whether or not Eric Richins voluntarily ingested that or if he was given it by his wife. This is a critical piece of the defense. He's been allowed to make a statement in front of the jury that we have now found out through voir dire is not 100% accurate on one of the core issues in this case. I am only asking to impeach him. I can limit it to what he said in the prelim. We can go farther if you want us to, or we can limit it to what he said in the prelim. I'll do it either way. But I think to deny Ms. Richins the right to impeach him on something this critical to the defense and the prosecution when the door was absolutely opened by the prosecution would be reversible error, and we're asking that the court allow us to do that now.
Mr. Glover.
Your Honor, the state disagrees with all of that, including the veracity of some of that. The state reverts back to what we had briefed in motions here, by the way, that any relevancy to what happened in high school has decayed to zero 40 or 20 plus years later. The testimony at issue is Mr. Wright's response to the question of, did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs? To which he responded, no. Nothing in his voir dire impeaches that testimony. Therefore, bringing in the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this, the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this is inadmissible.
All right. The case has to be tried based upon admissible evidence. And on both sides of the V, there are pieces of evidence that either the state or the defense has sought to admit that the court has ruled are not admissible. I'm required to apply the rules of evidence. We instruct the jury that the rules of evidence have developed over hundreds of years to make sure that trials are tried in a fair and impartial way. This issue developed in a way where defense counsel asked a question that elicited hearsay testimony regarding what Mr. Wright had heard about Mr. Richins' prior drug use generally. Whether or not that's what the defendant intended, that's what happened. So then, on redirect, the state asked two very specific questions to characterize that volunteering of hearsay by Mr. Wright. Whether they'd heard that Mr. Richins had used THC products, and whether he had ever heard that Mr. Wright used illicit street drugs. Nothing in his prior preliminary hearing testimony or during his voir dire outside the presence of the jury on the stand is admissible evidence contrary to his sworn testimony on the stand in front of the jury. His prior reference to Red Devils, he's now clarified as Sudafed, which is not pain pills to begin with. Moreover, he doesn't have any admissible testimony that Eric Richins used illicit drugs of any kind. This is hearsay. It is speculation. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, may I just make a record?
Of course.
Your Honor, it's our position that, first of all, when I asked the question, it was not objected to by the state. Second of all, I'd like to make the record that this would be for purposes of impeachment. To deny us this opportunity is a violation of Crawford. It is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. It is a violation of our due process right to a fair trial. We would be able to call, in our case, an expert who would testify that Red Devils were, in fact, PCP in that period of time. They were not Sudafed. The DEA has
Yeah. The Mormon ranch boy was smoking PCP. Okay. Sure. I don't think so. Your Honor, at that time, Red Devils was angel dust. Yeah, no.
A pamphlet on that. We're being denied that option. We're being denied the ability to attack the credibility of someone who has changed. Respectfully, we disagree with Your Honor's position on this. We think he absolutely changed his testimony, and we're being prohibited the right to impeach him on the fact he changed his testimony. And I believe that the question I would ask him, if I were allowed to go forward, would be, did you learn that Eric popped pills in high school? And that would impeach what he said.
You can smoke it too, Pearl.
To Mr. Bloodworth, unrebutted and not allowed to be rebutted by me when we know that I can rebut it. And
in fact, I think anything that you can snort, you can also smoke. Let me think. Yeah. In fact, you can snort anything.
we, on our strongest way possible, we object to this. We would like a continuing objection. We move to strike all of Kouri Wright's testimony, all of the issues that Mr.
Well, not weed. Don't snort weed, and don't snort marijuana gummies. That's not going to go anywhere.
You lost me there.
On redirect. The redirect testimony.
Which piece?
Where he answered the question that I'm not now being allowed to impeach him on. We're asking to strike it at the very minimum. All of the things that Mr. Bloodworth just brought up all go to weight, not admissibility. And
what is the non-hearsay route for this witness to testify regarding what he heard? If it's
in your part of the world, Christina, it's called angel dust. Ask Darrell Brooks. I'm sure he'll tell you all about it.
Coming in for the truth of the matter asserted.
It's not. It's coming in to impeach that once the court allowed him to answer that question with hearsay, to rebut the hearsay that we elicited unintentionally.
What's the evidence that he heard prior to today, testifying today, that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
He just testified to it on the stand.
That is not true.
Okay, well, we agree to disagree on that, Your Honor.
Have you disclosed that expert that would provide a non-speculative basis that Red Devils are an illicit street drug?
We have disclosed that expert. His name is Mr. Kearney. He is on our list. He's been available. We did not know the Red Devil stuff was coming in until 10 minutes ago because
it's
we were
not
told.
Coming in.
Well, okay. Well, that's obvious then. I mean, we did the best we could. We gave him our drug expert that as soon as the Red Devils comes in, we can let them talk to him about that because we sure would go into that with our expert. That we're now being denied the ability to do that. There is a key question here, Your Honor. If Eric Richins had a drug problem, and if he did, Ms. Richins is innocent, and we are being prohibited from going into that with the one person who knows. And I just think that the veracity of this witness on this topic cannot be underestimated for purposes of the defense. I know you disagree with us. I believe I've made my record. Yes. He's changed his story. He's now saying he's never heard that Eric used drugs when he knows in the prelim that he did. And I just think this is just a huge, huge impediment to us to put on a fair trial in this case. And I believe I've made my record. I can't think of anything else I need to say on the record. Thank you for letting me make a proffer.
Okay. Are you asking me to strike Mr. Wright's answer that he's never heard that Eric used illicit street drugs?
Yes.
On which basis? On what basis?
On the fact I'm not allowed to impeach him on it, and we all know it's not a correct answer.
You certainly can impeach him on it if you have any evidence that it's impeachable.
No any other way to show it to the court other than what we've already done.
Okay.
Can
Oh, you don't know him? Okay, well, it's real easy to find. You just grab an envelope and you put a stamp on it, a letter inside, and then on the envelope you put Darrell Brooks, Dodge Correctional Facility, Waupun, Wisconsin. Waupun. Now that's W-A-U-P O-N. I want to say O-N. Waupun. Or A-N. Now we got to find out.
I want to be clear. There's just no evidence that Cody Wright believes that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
But he separated the Red Devils from the popping pills. He separated that.
No, with
did.
respect.
Wow, it's not an O or an A, it's a U. Waupun. Waupun. Waupun.
He didn't, but okay.
Well, I think the transcript will reflect it.
All right. Let me pause. Anything further?
Ryan Shotgun says PCP is the kissing cousin of ketamine. I don't know. I mean, in the sense that they're disassociative and that you're detached from reality, but I don't think ketamine has ever made anybody feel like they have superhuman strength and decided to bite someone's face off. I saw that episode of CSI. It freaked me out. Freaked me right out. Yeah. Ketamine, you just sort of lie down quietly. Similar in chemistry isn't necessarily a good thing. Remember what Walter White told us about chirality? How the isotope of drug that is what is it? Perfectly safe medication that you might give a pregnant woman for morning sickness. The molecularly similar drug, but the opposite, the chiral, causes terrible birth defects, which is precisely what happened in the 1950s. So being chemically similar doesn't necessarily mean similar in effect, right? You're the science person. I just watch TV.
We have nothing further to add, Your Honor.
FEMA babies, isn't that it? FEMA babies? Or FELA? FEMA. Yeah, I think it's FEMA babies.
Mr. Bloodworth, a direct question. I need to exercise a measure of humility here. Is the state sure that you don't want to just get this out on the record to insulate the potential of a verdict on appeal? You now know what Mr. Wright's going to say. And if you need to confer with your team, I'm happy to give you a moment.
Yes, Your Honor. Let me take a...
No, he's not asleep. He's on the edge, this guy, honestly. I mean, I would say that Brad Bloodworth is probably definitely an alcoholic, right? Quarter gin for breakfast. These little breaks he has to take to the bathroom that he keeps telling the judge about. What is he really doing in that cubicle? Drinking. What else? How do we think things are going at home for Mr. Bloodworth? How's Mrs. Bloodworth? Visiting the butcher again. Third time this week, isn't it? How much meat does she need?
moment to confer. Can I make a record on one?
Wow, mustache curl close up. Check this out. I didn't realize they fucking Salvador Dali'd their way up around there, up to his nose. Look at that.
Confer with your team. I'm
Right after Mr. Bloodworth starts to cry silent tears.
happy to give you a moment.
Look at him, finger on the temple there, wishing it was the barrel of a gun. Oh, I think he gets home after this trial. After losing this trial, he gets home, takes out his 45, his Colt 45, and does the unthinkable, right? Hang in there, Blood. Brad Blood. Worth. Brad Blood.
Yes, Your Honor. Let me take a moment to confer. Can I make a record on one thing, though?
Sure.
Oh, hang on. We wanted to do mustache curl cam.
Happy to give you a moment.
Yes, Your
Check it out, right? And if we're really quick, we'll get a better angle.
Honor. Let me take a...
Whoa! Screenshot that. Fucking hell. Holy mackerel, that's good. We got you, Scott. You're going to be out of a job when we're through. You'll never work in a court again. Barbershop, that's where you belong. For old people. One in Arizona. Head south, Scott.
moment to confer. Can I make a record on one thing, though?
Sure.
Let me read to the court the expert disclosures it relates to.
I don't know that we need to get into that at this moment. I won't be basing anything I do on that.
Okay, then.
Thank you.
Can I step back?
Of course.
Step back for another shot. Ho! Mug close up. We've been looking for that mug all week. Or 2
Can
weeks.
I step back?
Of course.
Ready? Ho! Oh, I think it says a word. It's not a stick of dynamite. We've got to get it.
Can I step back?
Of course.
Ready? Ah, what is that? Is it a word? What's the red thing in the middle of the pickaxes? Ah, because last week I thought it was a stick of dynamite, but now, which would make sense. Mining, Utah, dynamite, pickaxe, black mug because of the coal. Or was it coal? Or diamonds. Diamond mines. I never really thought about that. Are they coal mines? Or is that just in Appalachia?
We're still going forward. We're off the record for the moment.
We're off the record for the moment. While I drink out of my secret mug. So what is that? Okay, we got beehive. Beehive state, okay. What's the thing with the beehive? Why is it the beehive state? I wouldn't have thought, there's no flowers in Utah, you know? Bees depend on flowers to make their honey and please the queen. What are they doing in the desert? That doesn't make any sense at all. Not at all. What state has the most flowers? What state would have the most flowers? I think it'd be
Thank you.
It's got to be like sunny and wet. So, how about Middle East Coast, North Carolina? Which state has the most flowers? Does Google know? Which state has the most flowers? California, but that's producing. That's where they grow them on purpose. But what about wildflowers? Maybe it's California too. I mean, they have the weather.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, the state is comfortable with the court's ruling and the record.
Okay. Very good. Court stands on its ruling. Anything else before we invite Mr. Wright back in and the jury? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Can't remember. Did we?
I'm not persuaded that you've provided a basis to strike Mr.
Acapella,
Wright's
welcome back.
Statement that he's never been told that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs.
I understand your ruling. I just can't remember how he ended it with the witness because so much has happened. So.
I think you had the witness on recross.
Oh, but I approached before I recrossed.
Right.
Okay, thank you for helping me remember.
Do you have any recross questions within the scope of redirect?
Can you give me just 1 minute?
Of course.
Okay, they're in the mountains. Is south part of the state? Okay. Well, the whole thing's pretty dusty, isn't it? Okay, yeah. Brand new witness. Oh. Are we on the defense's case already?
If you can get.
Oh, no.
You mentioned just now to Mr. Bloodworth, or a few minutes ago, it's been a minute now, that you were aware that Eric used THC gummies, right?
I heard that he did that, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to how often he would use THC gummies?
No idea.
Do you know why he used them?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know why he would have used them.
And do you have any personal knowledge about where he obtained his gummies from?
0.
Okay. So that was just a part of his life he didn't share with you?
Correct.
And on the truck, when you sent whoever, I know you said you don't remember, Mr. Bloodworth just talked to you about a date. The work truck, not the red one, but the work truck, you guys got that just within a day or two after he passed, correct?
The work truck was picked up within a few days.
Okay. And then the truck that you took from the dealership was about a month later?
Or so, yeah, months later.
I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you. That's all I have. We tender the witness, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Are we releasing this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, you are free to go. You are released from the subpoena. You can talk to anybody you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Acapella, but it is not the Denver Nuggets. Definitely not. Definitely not. That's the thing. There's so many logos with 2 pickaxes. Too many. Too many to know.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Matthew Throckmorton.
Very good. Mr. Throckmorton, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
He's been to the bakery, hasn't he? God. Is this the private investigator?
Do you solemnly swear?
Come on, this guy looks like he does a lot of sitting in a vehicle, surveilling, right? Coffee in a bun. Every day, and you know, to not raise suspicion, he won't stay there too long. He'll go down the road, head into an IHOP, have lunch, again, and then back to his clandestine observations.
The testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
And that way he's carrying the binder writing as well. Did you notice that? That's exactly the private investigator binder arm wrap thing he's doing. That's what they do. It's in their training.
To give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is George Matthew Throckmorton. That's Throckmo.
And are you a character from Fraggle Rock? What was his name? Frogmorton. My name is David Carlton Frogmorton. I only drink pond water and eat water lilies. Water lily salad is fine with me. No dressing. Dressing on the side, okay.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Oh, Nesta pulls some shit on this guy?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good, because I like it when Nesta pulls shit on people. That's probably the most interesting thing about this trial so far. Apart from that lovesick Robert Josh Grossman. That was brutal. The best thing is watching Lewis and Nesta have this kind of bitchy put-downs with everybody, with the prosecutor, with the witnesses, with the judge, with the well, not so much the jury. They want to impress them. They don't want to talk down to them. No, sir.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is George Matthew Throckmorton. That's Throckmorton.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes.
How?
I work full-time for the Salt Lake City Police Department in the crime lab as a crime scene investigator with a specialty in forensic document examination.
Okay. How long have you been with Salt Lake City as a crime scene?
27 years.
And what is a forensic document examiner?
Forensic document examiner is an individual who examines and compares writing in an attempt to determine identity, authorship, or authenticity. This includes the examination of handwriting, erasures, inks, papers, basically anything related to documents.
So, how long have you been doing that, forensic document examination?
30 years.
Okay. Did you have any special training that you've done just specifically for?
Man, 30 years of intense document forensic analysis. I mean, can you imagine? Having to carefully go over documents and look for clues for 30 years. I mean, that sounds worse than jail.
Or FDE?
Yes. I apprenticed with my father, George Throckmorton. It's about 4,000 hours of training in casework and study over a 2-year time period.
4,000 hours, 40 hours a week, 10 weeks is 400, so 100 weeks. Yeah, okay. That's a full-time job for 2 years as an apprenticeship. Wow. For document study, I mean, you have to read. You should be able to read already.
I also trained with other document examiners at the Southwestern Association of Forensic Doctors.
Maybe that's more than reading, though, because they have to look and see if there's any indication that invisible ink was used. Or, you know, sometimes people, they'll write in lemon juice and then let the paper dry out. Can't see a thing. Hold it up to the light, read it plain as day. Clear as day. Just like a clear day.
Document examiners. I completed courses through the Institute of Applied Science in Chicago.
So part of his training is to smell each piece of paper very carefully. Smelling the paper all day.
I also was trained at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and have trained with other document examiners
You know Quantico FBI headquarters, and where they do a lot of their training, as I understand. Do you think that, like in Virginia, near Quantico, there's another training that's like not as good? You know, like in New York, you've got Broadway, right? And then you've got off-Broadway. And then I believe you've got off-Broadway. I want to know if that sort of concept lends to some of these famous training institutions. Where did you train? Near Quantico. It's just off Quantico.
Attended courses and conferences throughout the United States.
Have you practiced this FDE or forensic document examination with other labs?
No, just pretty much my own.
Okay. So, did you do something with the state lab in Montrose, Colorado?
I did train with other document examiners at the state lab in Montrose.
Okay. So you didn't practice, you were in training?
It was part of my...
Listen, poor Josh is sitting alone in a bar somewhere, but I'm telling you, all it's going to take is for some innocent Burger King employee to get his order just a little bit wrong, okay? Now let's say he orders 6 wings from Burger King as a side dish to his entree, right? But when he gets home, opens the bag, the chicken wings are there, but there are only 3. He's paid for 6. He trusted them. He didn't go through an inventory when he was still in the Burger King. He trusted them, and now they fucked him. And now he's going to fuck everybody. That's all it's going to take. Somebody needs to watch him. Take him to a facility where he can be looked after and locked away until, you know, all of the pain has left him.
My apprenticeship.
I see. Okay. Have you had to maintain continuing training?
Yes.
In the intervening years?
Yes, I've attended various courses and conferences put on throughout the United States.
Have you given presentations yourself at such conferences?
Yes, I've actually been a guest instructor at the Salt Lake Community College as well as the University of Utah at the Law Department. I've trained at the Utah Post Academy helping police officers understand what a forensic document examiner is and how they can help them with their cases. I've also trained employees at American Express to detect potential forgeries, and I've also taught classes at the IAI.
So what did he think about the end of the movie Catch Me If You Can, when Frank William Abagnale Jr. Is now working for the FBI, right? Spotting fakes, because he knows all the tricks. Yeah. It's basically what he does, right?
Which is the International Association for Identification. That's the largest and oldest forensic organization in the world.
Are you a member of that organization?
Yes, I am.
Do you belong to a particular section of the IAI?
Yes, I belong to the question document section.
So over the last 30 years, this may seem like kind of a dopey question, but have you ever had the opportunity to examine question documents?
Yes, I've worked on over 1,500 individual cases over 30 years.
And have you ever testified in court as a forensic document examiner?
I've testified 61 times, 48 times as a question document examiner.
In the world of forensic document examination, are there some basic underlying principles upon which the science rests?
Here's Nikki Love with her crazy fonts. How does she do it? How does she do it? We don't know. She's a magic lady.
Yes, that no two people write exactly the same way. That's to say that no two individuals share all the same.
No two people write exactly the same way, and no two people use the same fonts in chat. Actually, most of them do, but not Nikki Love. She's got her own
Characteristics and habits, given the proper quantity and quality of documents to compare to show that their writing is different.
Okay, before we move on to the second one, I wanted to just very briefly go into this idea of habits. When you're talking about, what do you mean by habits of writing? I guess just have you explain it.
Habits are part of an individual's writing where they, most of the time, they really don't even know what those habits are. They're just writing, trying to create either a letter or they're signing their name. And as they have learned to write over the years, they pick up different characteristics and habits within that writing. That could be how they cross the T as the crown at the top of the staff, medium part of the staff, or down closer to the baseline. When they write an ER combination, for example, is the E bigger than the R or vice versa? Are those two letters connected, or is there a pen lift between those two letters? Is the U more rounded or a little more pointed? So they just develop and use these habits as they write different types of things or sign their name.
So when we first learn to write, we're writing careful what our teacher is teaching us, and then as we go on later in life, we become more concerned with the content and not the form.
You see, that guy could be authenticating priceless artwork at Sotheby's, but no, he chose law enforcement. Why? To protect the community from their own handwriting.
Of the letters, those are just subject to habit?
That is correct. We learn a textbook style of writing in school. We're just trying to duplicate what we see. Again, more concerned with...
I tell you, though, Americans have got the handwriting pretty good, though. I mean, that cursive thing, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Nobody teaches you that in the old country.
Making it look like how we see it, and again, concentrating, like you said, more on what it looks like as as our skill level increases, we're more concerned with the content of what we're writing, whether it's assigning our name or whether it's the letter that we're trying to write to somebody. And the longer we write, those characteristics and habits just become muscle memory to us, and we don't necessarily think about how we're writing letters and formations. We're more concerned with what we're writing.
Okay, we've talked about individuality. What's the other principle upon which your science rests?
That an individual can't make all of the variables the same to make two pieces of writing the same as one another. There's always going to be a natural variation that occurs as we write our name. You're not going to find two signatures that are an overlay. There's always going to be a little bit of difference in how those look or in a body of writing.
Okay, so are there studies out there where researchers have looked at these principles?
Yes.
Okay. Could you very briefly go into this idea of individuality?
Absolutely. There was a study done called Cedar Fox out of the University of Buffalo in New York, and the premise of the study was to test the theory that no two people share all of the same characteristics and habits within their writing. And what they did is they had 1,500 participants of varying ethnic backgrounds, age, and gender. The objective was to make it similar to what the population and makeup was for the United States. They had these 1,500 individuals write some handwriting specimens. These specimens were put into a computer. They picked 8 characteristics out of the writing and had the computer analyze those 8 characteristics. It was determined with a 98% confidence level that no two individuals wrote those 8 characteristics exactly the same way.
Okay. Are there studies that have looked at the ability of a trained document examiner versus lay people on their abilities?
Yes. There's been a number of studies over the years. Cedar Fox also did a study of twins, again, to differentiate if the writing of twins could be seen as it was different one from another. In that particular study, they hired lay people to do the examination. The computer did an examination, and they also had intern document examiners look and do those comparisons. In that particular study, it was determined that the computer had about a 9% error rate in differentiating writing one twin from another. It was determined that the lay people had a larger percentage of an error rate, and that the intern document examiners had about a 5% error rate in differentiating writing one from another.
Those are interns, not fully trained. Okay.
Correct.
Now, were there some studies known as CAM being one of the authors of these studies that also looked into the abilities of a trained examiner versus layperson?
Yes, Professor Moshe Kam out of Drexel University did a number of studies, and in his studies he had lay people do examinations as well as document examiners from intern to those that had completed the 4,000 hours of training. Throughout his studies, he determined that lay people made larger mistakes in doing their examinations, and that document examiners starting as interns going to the fully trained, that their error rates were less than the lay people, and that the fully trained document examiners had about a 4% error rate.
Okay. Now, how could you explain to the jury what you do in this comparison process?
Yes. In this particular case, I was given...
Just very briefly, generally, you receive question documents and known documents?
Correct. I receive a stack of documents. First of all, I separate the question from the known. Mm-hmm. I go over each page individually, looking for comparison between whatever has been questioned versus the undisputed known samples that I receive. I compare my findings one from another. Then I evaluate those findings in order to render an opinion.
So this process, does it include digitizing the documents, say they come on paper, do you reduce them to some digital format?
I scan everything, first of all, to preserve the evidence. Documents, I'll scan the whole document, and as well as the signatures or the questionnaire individually, and then same with the known samples.
I see. And when you're doing that, do you then do a side-by-side comparison, or do you do one, a question and then knowns? How does that work?
Yes, I do a juxtaposition examination, which is comparing the question versus the known side by side, looking for similarities and differences that may be amongst the writing.
Okay. What are you looking for? These habits you mentioned before?
Yes. I'm looking for everything in the writing, just looking for, again, similarities and differences, looking for evidence that will basically say, was this authored by the same person, or was it authored by two different people? I look for letter formations. I look for proportion between letters. I look for where the writing sits within a margin. Is it closer to the right, left? Is it on, above, or below a baseline? Looking for shading, where darker areas of the writing may be. Just basically looking for everything on the documents to compare.
Okay, so when you're doing this comparison, do you consider the underlying facts of the case you're working on?
No, I just look at the evidence sitting in front of me. Usually I'm asked, does the question and known writing, were they authored by the same person? So I'm looking specifically for evidence one way or another on that.
Okay. When IAI, or I think you've mentioned earlier, you talked about the Southwest Association of Forensic Document Examiners, SWIGDoc, or somebody. Does somebody give you a set of standards for your conclusions?
Yes, there's a set of standardized opinions that initially was put together in 1977 by the ABFDE, the American Board of Forensic Document Examiners. In 2016, SWIGDoc, which is the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Documents, took that standardized group of opinions and made it their own. Okay. And that's the scale that I use today.
Okay. Can we briefly review what that scale is?
Sure. The first one is an identification. Identification means that the questioned and known signatures agree in every observable detail and that there's no unexplainable differences or variations present. The opinion below that is highly probable or strong probability.
That it was authored by that person?
By the same person, correct.
Okay.
And that means that there was either something that was different between the question on it. Might be a feature was missing, the way a letter was connected. It also might be the difference looking from an original document to a copy of a document that I didn't have the original. I was only looking at a copy. I didn't have best evidence. So because I can't tell the origin of the document, I'll drop that down from an identification to a highly probable or strong probability. The opinion below that is a probable. And a probable means that a majority of the evidence says that the question and known document was authored by the same person. But the reason that it would be dropped to a probable could be, again, that it's a copy. Could be that there were signatures that were out of the timeline than the question document was. So I don't have maybe current documents to look at. The opinion under that is an indication, and an indication means that most of the evidence says that the question and known were authored by the same person, but again, might be dealing with a copy, might not have as many signatures as I would like to have in doing that comparison, so it drops it to an indications. The next opinion is a no conclusion, and this is basically I couldn't tell one way or the other whether it was authored or not authored by who it purports to be.
Then it continues towards exclusion in a reverse sequence. So indications it was not authored by, followed by probable not authored by, highly probable not authored by, and then an exclusion?
An elimination.
Elimination, that's the version, okay. In your process, then do you somehow try to verify what your opinion is?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Usually I'll contact a peer, another forensic document examiner, and have them review a blind examination of the same evidence that I looked at.
What is a blind view?
That means that they don't know what my opinion is, that they're going to do their own examination and come up with their own conclusion.
Okay. Now, are these the principles and methods accepted in your field?
Yes.
And are those the methods and principles that you applied in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So did you receive a question writing in this case?
I did.
Okay. Can we, I think it's been offered and accepted, 7-21.
One moment, please. Would you like to publish, Mr.?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
7-21 is published.
Okay. Let's just scroll through it from top to bottom just to refresh the jury. Okay. So that's page 2. Let's go return then to page 1. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is this the question document?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you receive? A copy or an original? And if a copy, what type of copy?
I believe on this one I had a PDF copy.
Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for your purposes?
PDF is not the best quality of document.
Why is that?
First of all, obviously best evidence is the original document.
Okay.
Next best.
Obviously, you can get away with signing someone's signature on many things. I'm sure a lot of people listening have done that. But the thing is that when you do it also together with a murder, you gotta think that they're gonna put their top guys on looking at those signatures, right? Guys like this with 30 years of going through documents and looking, oh, hey, look at this. Big loops on the L. Big loops. And you see how nothing is quite touching the line? Yeah. That's psychopathy.
Best evidence would be a photocopy of that document.
Okay.
And then a PDF comes after a regular photocopy.
Sure, but what is it because of when? Is there some limitation on PDFs that, for your purposes?
Yes. If I could talk about photocopies first.
Sure.
A photocopy is a distorted picture of an original document. The problem with a photocopy is it's a picture that is slightly smaller than the original document. There is, the colors are not as vivid or clear. The tones may be less vivid as well. In some cases, in photocopies, writing pen strokes can diminish and in some cases disappear. There's also marks that can appear on the photocopy that weren't on the original document. These are called trash marks. Trash marks can occur from damage or dirt on the scanner glass, as well as wear and tear on the inner workings of a photocopy machine. So it's going to change or alter the evidence a little bit. The PDF has a lot of the same problems with it. The problem with the PDF is there's no default setting. So depending on the software or where it was made, if it was made on a computer with a scanner, or if it was made on a copy machine, or in some cases a cell phone, it changes and alters the document, makes it so that kind of the overall appearance looks good, but if you were to try and enlarge or zoom into a particular area, it will pixelize and get rid of some of the finer details that you would have in the original or in a copy.
Okay. So, in this case, did you receive some known documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing the witness what has been marked in State's Exhibit 8-49. Can you take a look at that and review it for a moment?
Yes. Counsel, my apologies for interrupting your question. Make a note of this one. We'll come back to it. I need to take a quick break.
Yes.
Please rise for the jury.
A lot of breaks this judge has, huh?
5 and 40. Thank you.
Skipping ahead.
Familiar to you, sir?
We're trying to adjust as we go. Mr. Throckmorton, you're still under oath. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Sir, this State's Exhibit 849, have you had a chance to look through the various documents that are in 849?
Not yet.
Do those look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
How are they familiar?
These were the undisputed known samples that I received in preparation to compare the signature on the tree stage to the signatures and initials found in these known documents.
And signatures?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you get them from?
A majority of these documents were received from Katie's attorneys. And
is that the law firm Bennett Tuller?
Yes.
Okay. And so initially, were you hired by the trust or the Tuller or?
I was hired by the attorneys at Bennett Tuller, who were working for Katie, Eric's sister.
Okay. And how much were you paid by the?
I received a $900 retainer to help with that.
Okay. Since that time, have you been hired by Summit County?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you briefly describe what is this collection of documents that are contained in 849?
There was.
So not only did he get a huge paycheck out of it, but he got a new job. They were so impressed. They were like, "Hey, you solved the case. We've been working on this case. You came in and solved the case. We're going to give you a full ride here. You know, we want you. You're our new document guy. Okay."
Canceled checks, driver's licenses, just various documents that Eric had authored and signed over the course of his regular daily activities.
Was there a trust and a will?
There might be amongst the documents.
Okay.
There's also tax documents and receipts.
I see. Okay. Now, there were some other documents like that appear to be like photographs maybe of a journal, a mission journal.
Yes.
And a photograph of some appear to be written coupons.
Yes.
Those documents, where did you get them?
I received them from your office.
Chelsea Gibson?
That's correct.
Okay. How did that delivery take place?
She met me at the Salt Lake City Police Department in the parking lot and gave me a thumb drive that contained all of those photographs.
Okay. The other documents, the ones from Bennett Tuller, were they paper or were they electronic?
There were some hard copies, and there were also some digital PDFs that were sent to me.
Okay. Did you go? Well, let me ask this: how many actual signatures of Eric Richins did you receive in all those documents contained in 849?
I found that there were 86 signatures and 24 sets of initials.
And did you do a comparison like you described earlier with the digitizing and then going through the analyze, compare, evaluate, verification?
Yes. I compared the question signature versus the 86 known signatures and 24 initials, looking for similarities and differences.
Okay. Were you able to come to a conclusion yourself?
Yes, I was.
And did you send that out for a verification, a blind, as you said, a blind verification?
Yes.
To whom?
To my friend in Colorado. Her name is Darla McCleary Celentano.
And was she able to come to a conclusion?
Object to hearsay.
Yeah, would you approach for a moment, Mr. Mercer?
They love to approach in Utah, don't they?
Take a look. Okay. Let's take a look. Did you prepare a slide for the jury to look at in preparation for your trial or for trial today?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a look at just to the witness and counsel 8-28, please?
The witness has it.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Would that be helpful in communicating your testimony today?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 8-28 and ask for permission to be published.
No objection.
828 is admitted and published.
Okay. Let's set aside 828. Well, why don't you orient us first? What does 828 show us?
828 is an exhibit that shows the question signature at the top taken from the True Stage document.
Okay.
And the Q stands for question. 3 is the series of documents. Page is page 2, and A is the first signature used on that document. The signatures, the 10 signatures below, are samples taken from the known signatures that I received and initials to compare. Again, K stands for known. 1 stands for the group of documents. P stands for the page, so page 2, and again, A is the first signature on that page that was used.
So 849 is all the Ks, and this particular one is from the first tab?
Correct.
I see. Okay. Now, let's take a look at 7-21, please. This is page 2 of 721?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, which looks like there's a couple signatures on this page. What one were you focusing on?
The one on the right, the one that purports to be Eric.
Okay. And then so did you take the one from the True Stage and then put it into your exhibit?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the one that we have. We just don't have, you didn't add the data that it was given.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We can go back to 828, please. Were you able to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. What was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that there was no evidence that Eric authored this signature,
Okay.
and that he probably did not, and that it appeared to be a simulated forgery written by somebody who was familiar, had access to his writing in an attempt to copy, draw, or duplicate his signature and try and pass it off as a genuine signature of Eric.
Okay. I want to, we'll come back to this in 1 second. Your Honor, could the witness step down with the microphone? And let's just look at 828 for a moment. While you have, while I'm thinking of it, there appears to be one that's in yellow. It looks like it's been highlighted. Has it been highlighted?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, that one came from an NCR copy. It was a yellow piece of paper. All I did was crop the signature off that paper to put it on this document.
All right. Could you explain to the jury how your analysis went?
Sure. First thing, in looking at the question signature on this, it's basically EER, and the way that the E is formed starts at the top, comes down, creates the first semicircle, comes to a point, and then comes back down towards the baseline. When it gets to the baseline, it shoots off to the right. Then a line comes down towards the baseline, continues up to create the second E, which is leaning a little further over. This E is not as defined, a little more loosely made. When we get to the second portion of the E, it shoots over to the right to start the letter R, which creates a kind of a triangle formation there, then goes up and creates kind of an arc, kind of more square than normal, comes back down towards the baseline towards the baseline, and then shoots off over to the right and terminates. A couple things that stuck out to me on this signature. This is what's called a one-stroke signature. That means that the writing instrument starts and continues all the way through to the end. There are no pen lifts. As well, within the signature, the things that stick out again is their pen lifts are not found here. If you look at the known samples from Eric, you'll notice that there's a pen lift between each of the letters, a pen lift between the E and the E, pen lift between the E and the R, and that's a consistent characteristic and habit that Eric has. The other thing, too, is the second E actually starts at the baseline. You'll notice that on the known E's, the E's start up top in a normal fashion. So they always start at the top. They don't start at the baseline like this one does. The other thing, too, to note is this R, again, where it's connected, it actually starts down closer to the baseline and then comes up. You'll notice in these E's, or in the R's, that they start at the top, like we traditionally learn how to do in school. You've got a line that comes down, pen comes off the paper, and then the second part of the R is made. You can see the staff of the R here, staff here. So a couple things that stuck out to me that were not common among his writing, again, is we've got a single one-stroke signature instead of pen lifts. The E, second E starts at the bottom at the baseline, and the R starts at the bottom at the baseline.
Is he going to now get her signature up here and show us all, show the world how it is exactly the same as her forgery of Eric's signature.
It was by looking at these characteristics in comparison that I was able to render an opinion that the question and known signatures were not authored by the same person.
Okay. You can take a seat, please. Now, your opinion was that it was probably not signed by Eric Richins. Why probably not as opposed to elimination?
Because I was dealing with a photocopy, the true stage was a photocopy of a document. Basically, I'm missing evidence. So as a conservative opinion, instead of an absolute elimination, it's closer to a little weaker than that. So it was a probable as well. I couldn't identify who the author of that signature was. In the case of a simulated forgery, the author gives up their own habits and characteristics to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. So because I was not able to determine who was authoring this, basically I came back to that there was no evidence that Eric did it, but I couldn't determine who actually authored it.
Okay, so your final conclusion then is also that there is no evidence, that you can find nothing in the knowns that would support the question document was signed by Eric.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have for this witness. I have off. In front of the jury, of course it was accepted.
May it please the court. Almost good afternoon. Good morning still, sir.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
So one of first
Oh, here we go. Here we go. What's she going to do with this guy?
talk about your, I guess we call it your curriculum vitae, which is a fancy way of saying your resume, right?
Correct.
And I reviewed that that you gave to us. And can you tell me, sir, is there a difference between
Straight away with the put down. Let's talk about your, well, I guess people like you, people that are above the common man, call it a curriculum vitae, right? Which is some fancy, educated way that people like you say resume. Like us, like me and the jury, regular folk.
a document fraud examiner and a certified forensic document examiner? I said it wrong the first time. I'm going to get it right. Forensic document examiner is your title, correct?
That's correct.
And is there a difference between a forensic document examiner and a certified forensic document examiner?
Certified examiner is somebody that belongs to an organization that they pay and that they recognize him or them or her as part of their group.
It's not just payment. They also take a test, right?
Depends on the organization.
And in fact, there was an organization, there's an organization that accredits these organizations, and it's called the Forensic Specialties Accreditation Board. Is that right? Do you know what that is?
That's one of them.
And they are people who accredit these organizations to certify people, right?
Yes.
And if you go to one of these accredited organizations, and I'm going to just read some examples and see if you're familiar with them. The Board of Forensic Document Examiners, is that one of them?
There's an American Board of Forensic Document Examiners.
Okay. And are you also aware there's just a Board of Forensic Document Examiners?
I haven't looked into that one.
And Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners, SAFE?
I've heard of them.
Okay. And the International Association of Document Examiners, IADE?
I've heard of them.
And the National Association of Document Examiners, have you heard of them?
Yes.
And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE?
Not familiar with them.
Okay. And all these are groups that provide ways for forensic document examiners to become certified, and they're accredited by this Specialties Accreditation Board, right?
Yes.
And the way that they become credited, certainly they have to pay a membership fee, you're right about that, but they take an exam, right?
I assume so.
And they're given a bunch of samples that are peer reviewed by others to see if they agree that their analysis are good, right?
Correct. That would be the process.
And they do an oral board where they answer questions and respond to like on-the-spot testing of their skills.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. Is that, he said he doesn't know.
Well, so far, there hasn't been a foundation problem. Ask him whether he knows, which I think is what you're doing.
And it appears to me by your answers you know about all of this process, right?
There's a lot of organizations out there that people can join, even people that haven't been properly trained.
Right. And by being certified by any of these organizations that are accredited, that's an extra security and assurance to your customers and your clients that you've been screened, you've been vetted, and you've been certified that you're good at what you do, right?
It can be.
And you've never, ever done that in your whole career, have you?
No.
You've chosen not to ever seek certification.
Correct. Never gone for it.
And you do agree that the forensic science that you're involved in of handwriting analysis involves a lot of using your own best judgment, right?
Judgment based on experience and training, absolutely.
But your judgment, your analysis.
Yes, and I've been properly trained in order to know how to use that judgment.
Okay. And certainly you agree that not every single forensic evaluator is going to come to the exact same conclusion by looking at the exact same writing. Is that fair?
I don't know that I agree with that. It would, again, depend on how much training they've had. It depends on who they were trained by. It is possible that individuals aren't going to have the exact same opinion as me.
Sure. And it also depends on the quality of the sample you're given, right?
Correct.
And original is best, right?
Yes.
One copy later after the original.
You see, we saw none of this in Donna Adelson's trial. This kind of the way they attack what looks like watertight testimony or evidence. We've got a 30-year document forensic analyst here, right, to tell us all about big loops and not touching the line with the letters. And they're like, so even in your expert opinion, you don't know what another analyst would say, do you? Because it could be different, right? It's your opinion. Another one, whether they were trained by someone else who focused more on how people dot their I's rather than the big loops. They might have another opinion, right? So really, your testimony doesn't mean anything. They're very good at attacking solid evidence. I mean, he's pretty good at standing up to that, but just with their tone, I mean, I can see it really working on some people.
Is a little worse, right?
There's about a 1% to 3% distortion rate from an original to a first-generation photocopy.
And do you know which generation photocopy you were given?
I have no idea.
You know how many times it was photocopied?
No.
Do you know how many times it was faxed?
It didn't appear to be faxed, but no.
Okay.
Faxed. Okay. I mean, it was. It's a 2022 document. It's not been faxed to anybody because we don't live in 1989. Okay.
Do you know? And you never got a paper. You got a PDF sent to you.
Foundation.
Well, these are yes or no questions. Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got a PDF sent to you on email, right? You didn't even get a document.
For this document, that's correct.
Right. And if we could please bring back up 8-4 and go to the page ending in 781. I believe this has been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment, please.
Can you make sure?
Not yet.
4?
His report. Did you put it in?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Not.
Just for his review only, Your Honor.
The witness has 8-4.
781, I think it's like maybe the fourth or fifth page. Let's just roll that one right there. So this page that you're looking at, is this a page that you included in your report that you submitted to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
All right. And can we blow it up just to the extent you can a little bit, please, so he can see the body of it? Okay. And these are the levels of certainty that you talked about with Mr. Burmister, right? From the strongest opinion to the weakest opinion.
Yeah, it's not a scale based on pass or fail, but it helps the examiner to express his opinion as a whole.
So it's the standards that you typically use in your reports.
Yes.
And the best report you can give somebody is elimination. I can say 100% this person did not write this, right?
Or identification, depending on,
which one you're doing.
correct.
In or out, 100%, it's definitely not them.
I don't use percentages.
Okay, but that's your strongest.
Correct.
Elimination or identification are your two strongest opinions you can give, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you can also give an opinion of strong probability did not, right?
Correct.
And that's not quite as good as I'm sure, but a little less than I'm sure, right?
It means all of the evidence says, in the one you're using, that the question unknown were not authored by the same person, and that there's some feature that's missing. In this case, it's that it's a copy and not an original.
But you didn't use that. You didn't reach that conclusion in this case, right?
Correct.
So let's go to the next one. The next level of certainty is probably did not.
Correct.
Probably did not. And that is what you decided in this case, right?
That's correct.
Eric probably did not sign that true stage, right?
Correct.
And can you read to me, or it's not in, but is it fair to say that probably did not means it's not quite up to virtually certain, right? Isn't that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And that is what you have reported with your training and your opinions, your expert opinions, that Eric probably did not sign that true stage document.
There was no evidence he signed it.
And you cannot say that Kouri did sign it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, by saying that, you have no personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins was given permission by Eric to sign his name.
Objection.
Do you?
May we approach?
Sure.
Examinations for the Salt Lake City Police Department
Yes.
on your wedding ring?
Yep.
Permission to sign her husband's name to that?
Correct.
So you don't know that?
I was not asked that, and that was not part of the examination.
And I see you're a married man
Yes.
on your wedding ring?
Yep.
And does your wife ever sign your name on anything?
Objection.
I think we're a little bit beyond the scope of this gentleman's expert testimony. Go ahead. What's
Okay.
your next question? Sustained.
And is it my understanding from your resume that you no longer do forensic document examinations for the Salt Lake City Police Department?
That's correct.
When did you stop doing that?
2020, I believe.
And is that the reason you stopped connected at all to an internal affairs investigation against you for falsifying documents?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, were you submitted to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
I need you to restate the question.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Were you subjected to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Yes.
All right.
What? So he's been falsifying documents. Well, if anyone would know how. I mean, fucking hell. Yeah, I have the highest training in the world to catch the criminals that make fake documents. And now I'm under investigation. Oh, it probably happens a lot, right? They think this is so easy. Because they know how many slip through, right?
And were you ultimately exonerated?
Yes.
And was the person who accused you of doing that a law enforcement officer?
He was a retired sergeant who'd been hired back as a supervisor, who was then terminated for a number of issues.
So you were falsely accused by a law enforcement officer?
I was falsely accused by somebody who had been a law enforcement officer, but not at the time they made the complaint.
Thank you for that clarification. Are you aware that the whole science of forensic science of, I'm sorry, just 1 minute. Are you aware that the whole science of forensic document examination has come under fire in the last few years for accuracy and reliability?
Objection. It misstates the source. And I noticed you grabbed her memo.
Foundation, Mr. Burris. Are you objecting on the basis of foundation?
Yes.
Would you lay some foundation as necessary?
Certainly, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the national? I'm sorry, I need to make a little bit of water. Sorry. Are you familiar with the National Resource Council report titled "Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States: A Path Forward"?
I've read it at some point.
And are you aware in that report?
Mate, you've read everything at some point. You've been reviewing documents for 30 years, okay? I've read it at some point. Imagine how much this guy has read. Imagine what he has next to his toilet in his house. A stack of documents as tall as a man, right? Alphabetized, chronologicalized. What else? What other great sorting systems are there? Alphabetical, chronological, well, what else could it be? Associative, categorized. What other great sorting systems are there? Evolutionary. One thing leads to another. That's chronological, sort of. But not really. Evolutionarily associative sorting system. That's what I'm going to do with all of our materials.
That they concluded the scientific basis for handwriting comparison needs to be strengthened?
Yes.
Are you aware that they found there's only been limited research to quantify the reliability and replicability of the practices used by trained document examiners?
I read that in there.
Are you also aware of something called the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology report, the PCAST report?
I'm familiar with it. I probably read it a long time ago.
Do you remember that they expressed concerns regarding the validity and reliability of conclusions made by forensic examiners and called for more empirical testing in the area?
Vaguely.
You talked about an error rate. Is that right?
Yes.
And remind me, what is the error rate of non-certified forensic document examiners?
The same as document examiners that have been properly trained.
Do you know that for a fact, or are you assuming that?
I'm assuming that not all document examiners are certified.
Fair.
And that the error rate, if they've been properly trained, apprenticed with the 4,000 hours that are required, that their error rate should be the same.
Which is what?
Is less than 4%.
So 4 out of every 100 times they're wrong?
4% of the time they may make an error in their judgment.
Are you?
You see? This is what she does. She takes something that sounds strong, like they only have a failure rate of 4%. Sounds like they're pretty good at their fucking job, right? But then the defense attorney turns it around and says, so you're telling me that 4 out of 100 times they're wrong? Well, how do you know this wasn't one of those times? Were you wrong? Are you often wrong? Is it because she's a woman, sir? Is that a problem for you that she knows how to write and spell? Actually, she's not very good at either of those.
Aware that the National Institute of Standards and Technology issued a report from an expert working group for human factors in handwriting examination, which found multiple problems with the reliability of handwriting analysis?
I haven't read that.
All right, you've referred to the big binder in front of you, which were all of the handwriting samples that you reviewed and included in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Is that in? No. Nope.
Oh, that's beautiful, acapella. Chris Corbett could listen to the screeching sound sent by a fax machine and get a mental image of the document. Wow. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Come to think of it, how do we know that he hasn't embedded some kind of Wi-Fi receiver chip into his own brain and was being fed the answers while he was on the stand in Donna Adelson's trial through the airwaves by digital signal. Right? How are we safeguarding against an expert like Chris Corbett? How do we know? How do we know what he has achieved in that, garage of his? With all that tech, I mean, he could do anything. He could do anything. But I like the idea of him just listening to a fax machine sound and seeing a mental image of the document. It's fantastic.
And you relied on all of those documents in concluding whether or not, making your decisions about whether Eric's probably did not sign that document?
Yes, I reviewed all 200 pages.
Okay. Can you turn to...
Yes, I reviewed all 200 pages, and I did it in 3 seconds. That's how good I am. That's what they teach you at Quantico.
Let me see. Court's indulgence. Can I talk to Mr. Burmester for just a minute?
Of course.
This letter?
I did review that, yes.
Right. And what was that?
It was a few pages of writing purportedly written by Kouri.
By Kouri?
Or sorry, no, by Eric. I apologize.
Where did you get that letter?
This exceeds the scope, Your Honor, that is not in 849.
Your Honor, I'm allowed to go to anything he looked at to form his opinion.
Yeah, I just need clarification for a second, if you would.
So, in the My Princess letter, that is something law enforcement gave to you to review in making your opinions, correct?
It was given to me as a question document, not a known sample.
And you were to review it to see who you think wrote it?
That's correct.
And can we pull up for the witness only MT4?
Your Honor, this is now outside the scope, clearly, because the foundation is, is not part
I
of it.
misunderstood your position, Ms. Nesser. Would you approach for a minute? My apologies.
Examples to compare them with a true stage signature. Had you also already reviewed this document?
No.
This came after?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay. Were you asked to look at any other insurance documents to determine whether or not they had forged signatures on them?
I looked at a number of different documents that were in question.
Okay. And did some of them include insurance documents? Other policies besides the true stage?
There were other documents, but I don't have recollection of how they were related.
So how many documents total were you asked to look at and decide who signed them or who didn't?
Your Honor, can we just clarify if it's a question or a known document?
Yeah. That would be helpful if you could provide a little specificity there.
So just to be clear, there's documents that are called question documents where you're looking at them to decide who you think signed them, right?
Who was the author? Yes.
And then there's known documents where you know for sure through some way they've been validated that that's an actual signature that you can compare.
Correct.
Right. So how many documents, questioned documents, were submitted to you for your opinion in this case?
Between the civil and criminal, probably half a dozen or so.
Okay. And the only one that you're here today giving an opinion on is the true stage document?
That's correct.
He's given it. No, I'll just.
Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor. I think I'm almost done. Just one moment, sir. Okay, last one. Were you ever asked to look at any closing documents for the Midway Mansion to determine the veracity of the signatures on those documents?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Within the scope of cross, Mr. Burmester.
You, defense counsel asked if you're certified. Have you once again, have you testified in a court of law regarding your forensic document examination?
Yes.
How many times?
48 times.
And if you, hypothetically, well, let me back up. Hypothetically, if you send your known and questioned documents out for verification, is your action different if you receive back information that their opinion differs from yours? Or do you just submit it?
Objection.
Sustain.
The fact that you received a PDF is reflected in your ultimate opinion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Nestor talked to you about that initial report, the status of forensic sciences?
Yes.
That report, do you know when it came out?
Off the top of my head, no.
2008-ish or so?
Approximately.
Okay. And it addressed not just handwriting, but DNA, all the sciences, pattern matching sciences?
It reflected a majority of the different forensic sciences.
And gave opinions about steps each of those forensic sciences need to do better at.
Yes, the individuals involved in those were to study various aspects of the different forensic sciences and then come up with possible issues and then how to address those issues to make all of those forensic sciences more sound.
And PCAST came out in 2016? Sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And it did not mention at all forensic document examination, did it?
I don't recall, but that sounds right.
Identifying an author is difficult if it's a simulated forgery. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because in a simulated forgery, the individual gives up their own habits and characteristics in order to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. And so the writing itself is, you can't identify who the author was, just eliminate who it purports to be.
Did you find any evidence at all that Eric Richins signed the True Stage document?
There was no evidence whatsoever.
Thank you.
Just very briefly. Talk about if it's a simulated forgery, people give up their own way they write to try to write like someone else, right?
Yes.
What about people who are intoxicated or under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Does their signature change?
There are a number of factors that can affect how a person writes. Drugs and alcohol can change it. In some cases, I've seen where alcohol makes somebody more exaggerated. Other things that can affect writing is stress, the writing surface, the writing instrument that they use, chronic pain, medications that they may be taking. There's a lot of factors associated.
THC, being stoned?
Haven't done specific studies in those, but anything that can affect motor skill could potentially alter how a person writes, but it won't change their characteristics or habits.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I have nothing.
Okay. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're free to go. You can talk about the case with anyone or no one. It's up to you.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. You too.
Counsel, is now an appropriate time for a lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until 1:15. During the break, as always.
Okay, so how long is the next witness? We go from... What is this?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish State's Exhibit 2-40D, the 911 call.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection.
Okay. Scott, let's give this a try.
911, what's the status of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's the good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435-671-4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis? Uh-huh. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on. He's not breathing? He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, there's not. Available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, are you right by your husband right now? Yes, he's so pale. His mouth is so big. Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the ground? I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down, okay? Yellow. We need to help them. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you. He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse? No. There's no pulse. Okay, I'm here with you. I didn't hear anything. I was just here. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm going to guide you through CPR, okay? Okay. Tell me when you've done that. Okay, I'm ready. You're ready? Okay, he's on the floor? He's on the bed.
She's like, yeah, but if I do CPR and it revives him, he'll be able to testify against me and won't be dead. So can I stall? He's purple. He's not. He's cold. He's cold. I put a towel on him because he was cold.
Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor? Spots on it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I'm here with you. You're not able to move him to the floor? Go out. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister. You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them. No, he's just too heavy. Is he still on the bed? Yes. Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress? Yes. Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head. Okay. Okay. I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now. Okay. Tell me when he's on the floor. I can't move it. It's a dead weight. Like it's. You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him. Can you please send somebody? Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab their feet. Grab his feet. Okay. Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed. Okay. How old is your husband? 39. 39? Yes. Okay. Okay, were you able to pull his feet off the bed? I'm pulling. Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him. Okay. When they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor. Okay, he's on the floor. You got him on the floor? Yeah. Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back? Yeah. Okay. Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? Okay. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Okay. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Okay. Okay. Stop pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep. Okay. Okay. Start counting out loud so I can count with you. Okay. We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker? Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know the front door is open? No, it's locked. It's locked. I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you? It's all my kids. Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door? Yeah, it's unlocked. It's unlocked now? Yeah, he's here. He's there. Okay, you need to keep doing CPR. Keep in here. Okay. Do I keep you on the phone? Yes, keep me on the phone. Go unlock the door and come back to doing CPR. No, he's here. He's here. Okay.
Firefighter Monaco is on scene. I'm beginning CPR, chest compression.
Okay, is the ambulance there with you?
Yes. Not yet. Ambulance is en route.
Oh. Okay, are we doing CPR still? Yes, he's doing CPR. He's doing CPR right now. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What kind of vehicle do you have outside? Me? I don't have a vehicle outside.
White Toyota 4Runner.
Okay, did a paramedic take over?
Paramedics haven't arrived yet. We're in the back bedroom.
Ma'am, who's there with you? Do you hear me? Okay. When did you last see him talking to the phone?
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jamie Woody.
So this is Detective Woody, the much anticipated Detective Woody. How long is she on for? From 27 until... She's on for an hour. So we might have to leave it there. I don't know if we're going to fit the whole thing in. We'll try and do it before tomorrow's testimony. And then there's that old guy on the stand there. Who's he? So we've got Detective Woody. Oh, Chandler Halderson. He's got a job at SpaceX. This is what, if Chandler Alderson hadn't murdered his parents, he would still be doing this shit when he's this guy's age, wouldn't he? Aspen Vista. Oh, it's a skiing accident. He hurt his neck on some snow. Yes, Todd Gabler. Okay, well, we'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for moderating and chatting and super chatting. And I think the only person that entered the raffle to win the Metrix Cup from Christina was Christina herself. Let's just double check the PayPals. Did anybody enter the raffle? Where's their fantastic mug? Boom! Look at that. Win this mug. A Metrix mug. With a piece of dynamite on there symbolizing how we blow your mind. And blow your coffee cup. If your coffee is too hot, cool it down. Yeah, so we're going to go. Oh, what's this? That's the guy. The verbal sparring begins. Oh, fantastic.
This is an outgoing call from Eric Richins' phone on March the 9th.
You know what? I can already feel the attitude from this guy. I don't know if it's the neck injury. Maybe he's bitter about that. Maybe it's like Gwyneth Paltrow, you know, when she was innocently skiing down the hill and that crazy doctor just barged her out of the way through no fault of her own. What was she doing? Thinking about scented candles. Oh, isn't it strange when people that used to be like... I used to look forward to some of Gwyneth Paltrow's work. I mean, she was fantastic in Ripley. She was fantastic in Hard 8. Who's seen Hard 8? That's a great movie. Real good movie. What's that other one? Don't talk to me about sliding doors. I don't care. What was the other great Gwyneth Paltrow movie? Hard 8 and Ripley. But what else? Gwyneth. Paltrow. No. Shallow Hal. No. Shakespeare in Love. Actually, that was quite good, as far as I remember. Movies. 7. Hook. Who was she in Hook? It was Julia Roberts as Tinkerbell. And Gwyneth Paltrow was who? Wendy. Wendy Darling. I wonder what Neverly Darling will think of the character name, Wendy Darling. Was that Gwyneth Paltrow? I can't remember. I mean, it wasn't a big role. It was all about Dustin Hoffman, wasn't it? It was all about Dustin Hoffman, that movie. He knew what to do. So what else? What else? No. A Perfect Murder with Michael Douglas. I seem to remember something about that. Who's seen that? Is that good? Anything else? Nothing else. Moonlight and Valentino. Well, that doesn't sound any good at all. Dogma. She was in Dogma? Linda Fiorentino, yes. Selma Hayek, yes. But Gwyneth Paltrow was who? It doesn't even say. Cast of characters. Great Expectations. Pip! Who was she in that? Was she Mrs. Havisham? Because she's never going to top Charlotte Rampling at that game. Fucking hell. Charlotte Rampling was the perfect Mrs. Havisham. The best. Great Expectations. So she played... Or was she the girl? What's her name? Esmeralda? No. What is her name? It's Estella. Estella. Okay, she was Estella. Great. Well, she's a great character, but I don't see her being played by Gwyneth. I could see Mrs. Havisham, but maybe this was some time ago. This was 98. Wow. So long ago. Yeah, that really is it. I mean, her performance in Ripley, though, was unbeatable. Hard 8 doesn't even show... Oh, here it is. Hard 8, 1996. You got that Irish guy. What's his name? John C. Reilly. You got Philip Baker Hall, who's the best in everything. Philip Seymour Hoffman. Awesome role. Awesome role. Sam Jackson, I guess he was alright. Would kind of been better if he wasn't in it, though, if it was someone else. Someone less. But it was 98, I guess. He was hardly anybody back then, apart from Pulp Fiction and Jackie Brown. And Die Hard. Die Hard with a Vengeance. Like, who would ever go back and watch either of the first two Die Hards after the third one? How often do you say that about a movie series? Never. But it blew the shit up, didn't it? Michael Douglas. It's a perfect murder. A perfect murder with Michael Douglas and Gwyneth. Great Expectations. She was in The Anniversary Party. Charlotte Rampling was awesome in all of her movies. If only we could say the same about Emma Thompson. But we can't, and we never will. Okay. So, yeah, everybody go and watch Hard 8. Vegas movie. Very good. And we'll see you tomorrow with more Metrix, Fun Time with Metrix, Trial Recap with Metrix. Don't forget to check out Metrix Archive for all your no sidebar, full trial testimony videos. Over there. Yeah, Metrix. What is it? What is it? Something great. Something even better than ever. But how do we show it? We go right here. Oh, look at that. So pretty, so organized, so easy to navigate, so simple. Simple, elegant, beautiful. Wow. Good job, good job, good job. Okay, we're going to go. And see you later. Join us on Twitter. Let's build that platform on Twitter. We love Twitter. We love Twitter even more than YouTube. So be there with us and join. Adios.